Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board's regular meeting for Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. Let's go into announcements and updates. Mel, did you have something on COVID?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Pleased to report that Brookline was one of the 100 or so communities that was identified as eligible for the free COVID-19 test kits. And I know that Acting Director Pat Maloney is hard at work trying to secure those tests. As you know, the eligibility was based on a percentage of a community's lower income residents. And so as a result, it's our plan to prioritize residents and families in need in distributing these kits as soon as possible. So more information will be coming, but I was pleased to have the eligibility for these kits. I think they're essential to the three-pronged approach at combating COVID is in that testing piece. So very pleased to report that information.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other updates or announcements by Select Board members? John, and then Raul.
Thanks very much. There is a perhaps surprising announcement to a lot of people in that we had a wonderful Boston Marathon experience back in October, but guess what? We're going to have another wonderful Boston Marathon experience in April of 2022. And this rather unusual occurrence is a result of the postponement of the 2021 marathon from April to October. But in 2022, we're back to, at least if all goes well, we're back to having the marathon coincide with Patriots Day and the early weeks of April. And as a result, Team Brookline is right now looking for people to come forward who want to be part of Team Brookline, want to run the Boston Marathon, are able to commit to doing some fundraising for some wonderful nonprofits in Brookline, including, as I always say, my favorite, Brookline Center for Community Mental Health. And I just want to get that word out there that I know there are people who dream of running the Boston Marathon. And one of the ways to do it, even for people who don't meet the qualifying time, is to be a charity runner. And I can't think of a better team to be on than Team Brookline if you have inclinations to be a charity runner of the Boston Marathon. So that's my announcement.
Great. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. So yesterday there was an op-ed in the Boston Globe by the executive director of Mass Now, the National Organization of Women, and the executive director of an organization called Love Your Menzies about menstrual equity and about menstrual products, a bill that would require menstrual products to be in certain public facilities. It reminded me that in 2019, town meeting passed a local ordinance that required us to have menstrual products in facilities of all different genders in our public buildings. Separately, I think the school committee was supposed to take that up, and I'll check with them to see where we are there. But I reached out to Mel, our town administrator, and was very happy to learn today that we are in compliance with that bylaw. And in a variety of town facilities across Brookline, those products are available, and it's just an opportunity. I think we probably don't take them enough to say thanks to town staff for getting that done. And by the way, getting that done, this passed in 2019, and obviously we've been dealing with some other things since then, but they didn't lose the thread. They made it happen. They got it done. And so, just a shout out to town staff for getting that done, and also to Rebecca Stone and some students from the high school as well, who brought this forward to town meeting. And I think it's just, a good example of one of those things that seems small, but is very meaningful to the folks who need it. So thank you.
Great. Any other announcements or updates before we head into public comment? I'll turn it over to you, Raul. I understand there are at least 2 people signed up ahead of time to speak.
Great. Let's get to it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
First person signed up for public comment is Susan Rothstein. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you for the time. So I wanted to comment on the renewal of the license for the Reef Kitchen on Boylston Street. We live at number 11 Milton Road, which is immediately behind the building and the kitchen. We've lived here for over 40 years, and for most of that time, all the businesses there have been very compatible and pretty easy to live close to. This recent Reef Kitchen took over the license for the Chick Chack food truck, and we weren't notified of that, and I guess you don't have to be, but there was a very drastic change in the operation when Reef Kitchen took it over. The kitchen was originally put in by Phyllis Tobin, who was a events caterer, and would intermittently be in use of that. When Chick Chack used it, the kitchen, they had a food truck. They did Mediterranean food. I think a lot of the food was fresh, and so there wasn't a lot of cooking. And their biggest, I sent in a letter with very specific comments on it, so I'll try to not go into those things and just talk about what the effect on us is now that Reef Kitchen is in. They operate 7 days a week, and I know the license allows it, but they are fully open from 6 in the morning until 8 or 9 at night. And in the summertime, they began to use a rider rental truck with refrigeration unit on it. And so the first big problem is that the minute they come in, they turn on their ventilation cooking system. And so we have a ventilation cooking system running all day long and into the night. And you should imagine that our houses' backyards are within about 10 feet of the building. So my neighbors could reach over their fence and almost touch the refrigeration truck.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, so the noise and the lights that go on, the lights shine into our windows. I feel that this operation is way too big for this location. There's a driving school that uses the parking lot as well, with teenagers coming and going. And I hope that you will take a good look at this particular operation in this particular location and what a problem it is for my neighbors on Milton Road and ourselves. Our backyard became unusable this summer.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Rich Jones. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you. Just trying to sort out my phone here. I actually would like to just speak to the same subject that my neighbor, Susan Rothstein, just spoke to. We live at 17 Milton Road. We've lived there, my wife and 2 kids, since 2008. And as Susan noted, our backyard, we have a small backyard that is directly, the back of it faces, on the other side of it is a little parking lot. It's a small parking lot from Boylston. I think it's 375 Boylston or 374 Boylston Street. we've lived there with no issues with anyone using that parking lot or the building at 374 Boylston Street until this past summer. And it's, I think, called Reef Kitchen. And since they've moved in, it has been incredibly distressful. And I'll try to keep this brief, but the thing is they have a large refrigerated truck that they keep parked there feet from our backyard, right up against the fence. And they keep it on for hours at a time, 3 or 4 straight hours. And what I just want to convey to you is the noise level of that refrigeration truck going on for hours is almost hard to believe. Our backyard is unusable for all of those hours. It can be heard from every room in our house, but especially the rear facing rooms like our kitchen and some of the bedrooms. It is, it's unnerving. It's actually been a strain on our mental health at times because of how long it goes on for. The windows will rattle. We've been over there to talk to them. They didn't give any relief. We called the police one time. I did that. Police shut it down, but I didn't want to keep going to the police as a resource. I feel like this is someone who's not making the right use or accommodations for that property, which is really, truly right up against our backyard. Like Susan said, I could reach over and touch it. We've never seen use like this in a very small parking lot or refusal to accommodate. And it's been going on for some time. I understand their license is coming up. That's why we're bringing this up. Reef Kitchen license renewal. I'm not exactly sure the process, but we would oppose that because we feel like it's been an abusive, incorrect and inappropriate, negligent use of the property that really causes issues with the peace and
You have 30 seconds.
Of our homes. So I found out about this meeting about 10 seconds before it started. So thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope you'll take into account our very serious considerations. I sent a note to the board selectmen, and I can offer videos because, like I said, the noise has to be heard to be believed as to the volume. It just wouldn't be acceptable in any neighborhood. We have a wonderful, lovely neighborhood, never had a problem like this. And I don't think this was ever intended by, that use of that property. So thank you very much. My name is Rich Jones at 17 Milton Road.
Next person signed up for public comment is Michael Keaveney. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. I'm Detective Michael Keaveney, President of the Brookline Police Union. I'm here tonight to raise awareness among the board as well as the viewing public that the Brookline Police Department continues to hemorrhage officers to other departments. It has vacancies in critical command staff level positions. You may not know this, but last Friday was former Chief Andrew Lipson's last day. Lipson was born and raised here in Brookline, the son of Roger and Alberta Lipson, who many of you know. He is the most decorated police officer in the department's history, and his excellence helped move him up the ranks quickly. When he was introduced as chief of the department, everyone was excited for what was to come, and yet some on this board undermined him at every opportunity, second-guessing his decisions and attempting to micromanage him. After less than 2 years, it became untenable for him to continue to work here under these conditions. His short-lived and miserable experience as chief has not only driven him from the corner office, but has driven him out of Brookline, an experience made such by some members of this board. Chief Lipson's resignation from the Brookline Police marks the 5th deputy superintendent to depart from Brookline this year. In addition to Lipson, 2 other officers had resigned this month, leaving for other police departments. In total, that makes 10 officers who have either retired or resigned from this department this year alone. We can call this, folks, is a mass exodus. This board continues to refuse to make appointments and promotions that have been sent over by Acting Chief Morgan, which are critical to the department's ability to provide public safety services, such as the 6-month vacancy of the traffic deputy superintendent position. And the town's human resource department continues to ignore staffing issues, entertaining bogus complaints, siding with disgruntled staff seeking retaliation and harassment, ignoring concerns brought forth by officers that feel they put them in our community in harm's way. Just last month, a woman was tragically killed in Brookline while crossing the street. That same week, 3 other pedestrians on our roads were struck by cars. one a teenage boy and one a woman pushing a stroller. Meanwhile, the name of the most highly qualified and deserving appointment to the position of traffic deputy superintendent has sat on your desks for months. This board has failed to act because of some bogus threat that you would be sued if you did. Is that all it takes in Brookline, the threat of legal action? Is this good government? Are our elected officials more concerned about their own interests than those of the community?
You have 30 seconds.
Let this be the notice that you've been informed with growing staffing shortages causing forced overtime, the failure to provide leadership in our highest ranks, and the decrease in safety we are seeing in our streets and our station. This board is responsible if and when inaction causes something to happen. I demand this board allow Chief Morgan to make his appointments, something that every other department has the authority to do without the board politicizing the issue. Make promotions that are open, address HR's ineffective handling of staffing issues before them, and start supporting the good, hardworking, and honorable men and women of the Brookline Police Department who come to work every
You've
day,
reached 3
servers
minutes.
of this community. Thank you.
At this time, there are 20 attendees and no one like to.
Okay,
Heather, back to you.
thank you. Bernard, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to very briefly say that I think we need to take Mr. Keaveney's concerns to heart. We have a situation that is not just short-term, it's long-term. And the consequences of inaction can be devastating. I don't know if the lack of a traffic superintendent, it can be linked to the accidents we've had, including fatality. But clearly it doesn't help to have a police department that's been gutted and nothing's being done about it. So I echo Mr. Keaveney's remarks in general, and think we need to do something about it. We can't just let this fester because the consequences are going to be very, very bad long term.
Well, I'm totally open to any ideas if you want to take this conversation offline. Moving into miscellaneous, I think that there was something that we wanted to take out because staff wanted to make a brief presentation about Arbor Day in Brookline, December 16th, 2021. Do we have our Tom Brady?
Yes, he's being promoted to a panelist now.
Great. And Alexandra Vecchio?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Tom Brady. I am the Conservation Administrator, the Tree Warden in the Town Arborist for Brookline. We have a tremendous community in how much we support our urban forest. I'm grateful for it every day. I've been here 21 years. It still strikes me on a regular basis. And so we tend to celebrate Arbor Day year round. And we tend to come to the board in December and plan for our next year's events. We are in the process of doing that now. And lining up a full day event in the spring that we will forward details as they come into focus. But in the meantime, as you may all or not know, we are designated as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for close to 30 years, which is something to be proud of. One of their requirements is to have an Arbor Day proclamation. And this year, ironically enough, they specifically requested that we not hold an Arbor Day ceremony, and that was a request nationwide to make sure that we kept spacing. So in that context, I would just like to share with you that this past year, our in-house staff worked extremely hard to catch up from those COVID challenges that we had. And in a typical year, we will plant roughly 350 to 400 trees on our streets, and this year we did 563. So we're very happy to do that. Also with us tonight is our Director of Parks and Open Space, Alexandra Vecchio. And I'd like to introduce Director Vecchio to say a few words to the board as well. Alexandra?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Alexandra Vecchio, Director of Parks and Open Space. Pleased to be with you all this evening, and really proud of the work that this team has done, as Tom was saying, around our tree planting efforts over the past year, and particularly excited to expand those efforts as we move forward with our Urban Forestry Climate Resilience Master Plan. We know that our urban forest is critical, not just for climate health, but public health and community well-being. And so we're really pleased to continue those efforts and make sure that we're continued to be looked after as a city with really a great urban tree canopy that's very well managed. So we're really pleased to have that record.
So as part of this effort tonight, we've brought forth you the Arbor Day proclamation that we would respectfully ask the board to consider and adopt, which does recognize not just the significance of trees, but in the attached cover memo, we did want to highlight, we're very proud of the Urban Forestry Climate Resiliency Master Plan and are excited to embark on the action plan that's set forth within the document. So I ask for your consideration and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So before I move the language to adopt the proclamation, any questions or comments by select board members on this item agenda? Raul.
No, I wanted to say thank you, and I hope we can get back to celebrating this day again. It strikes me as one of the things that we can do. We can do outdoor events and gather people together, and so I guess that guidance came from outside of Brookline, but I'd hope that we would take advantage of opportunities to gather together safely outdoors when we can.
Well, I have the opportunity. I can't help myself. John Van Squayak and I met with some residents on Reservoir Road related to an agenda item that we're going to take up a little bit later, 845 Boylston, the proposed 40B. And while we were meeting with the abutters, one of the residents indicated that her house had had a tree fall on the edge of the roof, and she praised the response that you in particular, Tom, did. So I just want to thank you so much. It really is so nice, to be amongst residents and get really good positive feedback about our staff and how dedicated they are. So thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for that. I would note they were incredibly gracious throughout that event. That was during the remnants of the nor'easter that came in October. And that was about a 14-hour endeavor to get that tree off and out of their house. So my thanks to their understanding as well. And thank you, I appreciate that. I'll pass it along to the staff as well.
Great. So without further ado, I will move approving the proclamation for Arbor Day in Brookline, December 16th, 2021. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you both for making yourselves available and for working on this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you all. We appreciate your support.
Okay, so regular miscellaneous agenda. I believe we have some meeting minutes for December 7th, which was last week's meeting. Any questions or comments before I move approval of those meeting minutes? Seeing none, I will move approval of the December 7th meeting minutes. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now, the rest of the miscellaneous, accepting a donation in the amount of $3,000 from the trustees of SYDA Foundation for the Town of Brookline General Fund, the Police Department, and the Fire Department, approving the authorization to hire a request for an assistant director for administration in the administration division of the Library Department, approving the authorization to hire a request for Library 1, Children's Services in the Youth Services division of the library, approving the following candidate as an alternate manager for Sanctuary Medicinals, Michael Garrigan, and finally, executing. Oh, is there another person, Devin, that I need to? No? Okay. A question of executing easement, allowing passage over town property to access the 60 to 64 Harvard Street property, which I believe we took up at the most recent town meeting. All those in favor, say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Mel, did you have something?
Yes, just briefly, I just wanted to acknowledge that under 3D, you approved the authorization to hire for the vacant Assistant Director for Administration of the library. And I just want to mention that Ann Reed just recently retired. Ann has served the town for decades over many different directors. She's an indispensable and valuable member of the public library system. I just want to acknowledge Ann Reed.
Thank you so much for that, Mel. So now we get to finish some unfinished business. I believe we have Town Clerk Ben Kaufman to do a presentation about possible polling locations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am actually going to try to spare the select board from having to sit through another one of my presentations by simply speaking about a memo that I had sent around, I believe it was last week. As you guys know, the new precincts will go into effect on December 31st of this year, which means they will be in effect for the May 2022 town election. We have a lot of work to do in terms of educating voters about polling locations in their new precincts. And one of the things that we can do is include in the annual town census mailing information about new precinct assignments and polling locations. So in pursuit of doing that, I'm requesting that the board approve the polling locations for the May 2022 election so that that information can be included in the mailing that we're going to be sending out hopefully in the middle of January. So I sent a memo that had a list of the precincts with each polling location. All of the polling locations are ones that have been used before, with the exception of one brand new polling location, which is the old Lincoln School that I'm recommending as a polling location for Precinct 4, as well as two Brookline Housing Authority properties, the Morse Apartments on Longwood Avenue and O'Shea House on Park, which have been used in the past as polling locations. They stopped being used during COVID and while they were under some renovations, but are now available again to be used as polling locations. The recommendation did give some flexibility around two of the precincts. Precinct 10 and Precinct 7 are both incredibly close to the O'Shea House. It's right on Park in between the two of them. So there's the possibility that Precinct 7 voted O'Shea House. That's actually the precinct O'Shea is in which case Precinct 10 would vote at Driscoll. Or if Precinct 10 were to vote at the O'Shea House, then Precinct 7 would vote at Town Hall. So happy to answer questions if anybody from the board has them.
Let me just add a few things that I think the select board and maybe viewers might find helpful when framing this discussion. We try to use buildings that we own and therefore control as kind of a baseline for polling locations. Then we look at, the location, the geography spaced out within that precinct. We also look at accessibility. And so I, for instance, am in Precinct 3, and we've traditionally used 90 Longwood as our polling location, even though Lawrence School is a school, but the accessibility is a little bit better at 90 Longwood. But I really am interested to hear my other select board members' thoughts on using residences such as BHA properties as election sites. We're allowing the public to go into buildings that are people's homes. And I think COVID has illustrated, the risk associated when we allow that to happen, and what the trade-offs for that are to make it as easy as possible for those residents to vote, but then also welcoming, an unknown variable into a place that, it is very personal for a lot of people. And then the other thing, when I started to get more involved in Brookline politics, it rubbed me the wrong way that we had one polling location in particular where it was a residential property, and it was the polling location for another precinct. So the residences in that location couldn't even vote at their own residence. It was a polling location for other people. So I am very, very much looking forward to a discussion about the trade-offs and trying to find, I think, something that we all, really understand why we're choosing those locations for all 17 precincts. So I'll open it up to board members that want to weigh in. John, and then Bernard.
Philosophically, I'm with you on the concern over use of residential properties. I do have some other questions just to kind of better define what we're up to tonight. Is this a list of possible voting locations, or is this, if we vote on it, the list of voting locations?
So Ben, correct me if I get this wrong. This is all of the possible locations that Ben can stand behind. The reason we're trying to get this done right now, or within the next week or two, is because there's a mailer that is going to go out, and we want to use that mailer to advertise, especially if there's going to be a change for folks where they're going to vote.
And the reason I asked that question is to raise a different question, which is, are we at risk of approving this in a way that conflicts with a recently passed warrant article at town meeting, which calls for public hearing at any time that there is a change of location for voting?
I would leave that to town council to answer. I consider this a public hearing. We're doing it in public. Any member of the public is willing to weigh in, and we would certainly consider it. So, we're not behind closed doors making decisions and then just springing it on people. We're having a very transparent discussion here tonight.
Because I was thinking that maybe one of the ways of addressing that question would be if we simply took this vote tonight, but on the understanding that at such time as it becomes final, what the polling locations are for 2022, Ben might himself decide to conduct a hearing to allow people to express any concerns they have about the final list. It's kind of hard for people to weigh in when it might be this or it might be that, is what I'm thinking.
Fair. Miriam?
Thank you. Ben, I'm just curious, where do things stand now with mail-in ballots, and where will we go with that? Because to me, I think, ideally, we think more globally about accessibility in the sense of actually figuring out how people can just vote by mail. And fair to say, I'm from Oregon, so my family's been doing that for a while.
That is an excellent question. I was like, Member Ashkenazi. As it stands right now, the state allowance for increased mail-in voting is actually going to be expiring. There is a lot of conversation happening at the state level about whether they will extend some of those allowances, all of those allowances. It's not something that I want to speculate on, but definitely would encourage reaching out to state representatives and let them know our thoughts on it. Even with the allowances for mail-in voting from COVID-19 being extended in their entirety, we would still expect a decent amount of in-person voting. Even in the 2021 town election, most of the votes that were cast in person on election day. So while I do think that there will be some extended allowances for mail-in voting come the May election, I still do expect there to be most turnout being at the polling locations themselves on election day.
Great, thank you.
And we need volunteers. So bring a buddy. My apologies, Bernard.
Oh, don't worry about it. Gave me time to think about what I'm going to say. First of all, does the warrant article that Mr. Vanskoya referred to become effective immediately, or is that something that? Okay, so it's really not going to be a problem. A little bit of a problem, but not as big a problem. Okay. Secondly, in terms of using residential locations for voting, I guess I disagree with you, Heather, in that I used to vote at 61 Park Street, O'Shea House. And one of the things that I found is that a lot of the elderly residents there really appreciated the opportunity to sort of use Election Day as almost a social event for them, to come down, meet their neighbors. At least that's how I sort of observed, and talking to a couple of people. And it's very convenient for them. Many of them come down with walkers, and have difficulty or mobility problems in general. So, I wouldn't, suggest that we should not use residential properties. And in addition, in terms of the non-senior properties, I don't think we have any of those on the list. But if we did, I mean, that would give a more convenient opportunity to parts of the community who may have more difficulty getting to a polling place than some of the rest of us. So, you want conversation? That's my input.
Thank you very much, Raul.
Thanks, Heather. I'll start by saying, maybe the obvious, which is having a polling location in a residence where the people that live in that residence can't vote, which is not the case. I think what we're doing now is patently ridiculous and should never happen again. But as to whether or not residents in these properties prefer to have a voting location in that property or don't is really no one on this board is qualified to say. And so I would recommend, if that's something we're interested in learning about, is that we ask the BHA commissioners to work through their community engagement process to talk with residents and give us some feedback about that. And then we can take that into consideration. I don't imagine there's enough time to do that before we need to make decisions right now. But looking forward, I think that would make sense, is to talk with the residents, and it may be exactly what Bernard says, is that they see it as a tremendous benefit, or it may be that it's an unwelcome disruption. I just couldn't say. I don't know that anybody can. So maybe we can enlist the support of the BHA commissioners to get some feedback on that.
Ben, when is the deadline for the mailer?
So the mailer is usually we usually send it to the printer towards the end of December. So usually right before we go on to the holiday break. This year it's actually going to be a little bit later because of redistricting. The state needs to update the voter rolls at the state level so that we can send out the mailer. So it'll likely go out probably the first week of January. So we'll send the information to the printer. So we would want to make sure that we had it by then. I will also add to Selectman Member Fernandez. He's exactly right about the impacts, I'm sure, are positive and negative. I got the chance to walk through a couple of these properties with Mike Alperin, who's the head of the Brookline Housing Authority, who I owe a lot of thanks to. And he said anecdotally, there were definitely residents of, especially if we speak about 90 Longwood Avenue, who were disappointed when the polling location was moved out. Because it was a very convenient place for them to go and to vote. But he also did hear concerns about residents having people in their place, in their common areas, going through the lobby and walking by the elevators, and both the safety concerns that posed, and then especially in the era of COVID, the health concerns that could have. The benefits and why I recommended 90 Longwood and 61 Park Street as the BHA properties to use as polling locations, and not some of the other ones that have been used in the past, is both of these properties underwent recent renovations, which create common rooms, large common spaces that are open directly to the outside, are ADA accessible, and also can be locked from the inside so you can't get from them into other parts of the building, which I think helps avert some of the health and safety concerns that residents did have, while allowing some of the benefits of having people vote in their own residential area.
Great. A big thank you to the architects.
And to you, Ben, for having the foresight to be thinking about those things. Great.
Any other discussion? Do we feel comfortable voting on this tonight, or do we want to try to buy some time?
I'm comfortable voting.
Just a question, or Heather or Ben, what I'm seeing in terms of the recommendations have options on here. I probably missed it in the earlier introduction, but which options will we be voting on?
Ben, can you share your screen and just kind of walk us through? Maybe we can get most of it done, at least kind of process of elimination.
Certainly. So this is a map of the new precincts in Brookline. The red kind of rhombuses are the proposed polling locations that I'm recommending to this board. The two places that are options are both around the O'Shea House, which is right on the border between precinct 7 and precinct 10. So if precinct 7 were to vote at the O'Shea House, then precinct 10 would vote at Driscoll alongside precinct 11. It would be a double precinct. If precinct 10 were to vote at the O'Shea House, then precinct 7 would vote at Town Hall. Based on the conversation that's been happening tonight and what I heard from the select board, precinct 7, the O'Shea House is physically inside of precinct 7. So if that is the consideration, is having people who live in the building that is the polling location and vote at that polling location, then my recommendation would be to have precinct 7 vote at the O'Shea House and precinct 10 vote at the Driscoll School.
Okay.
Is that the little diamond that's not labeled? There's one
Yes.
diamond. Okay.
The diamond in the middle that is not labeled is the O'Shea House, and then to the right and a little bit down is the unlabeled diamond that is Town Hall. My appreciation to the GIS administrator who this afternoon was trying to sort out how to label those, and I said, don't worry about it.
So let's start with precinct 7 first. So we have two options before us: O'Shea House or Town Hall. Any discussion on that, Miriam?
I mean, I heard you say it, but I want to be clear. Precinct 7 would vote, if they're in the O'Shea House, that's actually where they would vote.
Yes.
Correct. The O'Shea House is physically inside of precinct 7.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just,
but
I mean, talk about access.
everyone else in precinct 7 would also go to that
Go to
building.
right.
But as Ben just said, it has direct access to the outside. So I'm hopeful that a lot of the concerns will be addressed with this new configuration.
Yeah. I have to say, to me, that seems, I mean, you have both access while taking into consideration the safety issues. That seems to be the more logical choice to me.
Raul, does it seem logical to you as well?
It does, and I'll just say, you know, mainly because what I wouldn't want to do tonight is remove a polling place from somewhere that folks are used to voting at, not having enough information about whether or not that would be a good thing or not good thing to do now. And so again, I think we should probably, you know, if residents have been, you know, voting there at 61 Park at O'Shea, I say we continue to do that until we, you know, engage with the community and see if we need to do anything different. So I'd support keeping it there.
Okay. So we don't have to vote on this right now. I'm taking the temperature of everybody. Does everybody else feel that way as well? Please raise your hand using the hand raise feature so that I can actually see you.
Raise hand to speak or raise hand to say.
If you want to say something.
I just want to say one quick thing.
Well, hold on. Bernard used the hand raise feature, which is what I just asked. So he will go first.
Sorry.
But he'll have to unmute.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you wanted us to use a hand raise to indicate that we agree with that.
Well, thank you for using the hand raise feature, so I know for sure. Okay, John.
I'm trying to train myself.
Thank you.
All I wanted to say is that, because this might apply to some of our other considerations as well. The only disadvantage, as I see it, of O'Shea House is there really isn't that much parking on Park Street, and whereas Town Hall obviously has parking. So just thought I would mention that.
However, parking can be this elusive mistress. You can think that there's a lot of parking, but I've heard that there are never any vacant parking spaces because you've got a school right next to it and all of Town Hall to do other business. So does it have more parking? Really depends. So that kind of makes it easy for us in precinct 10. The either or was Driscoll School or O'Shea, but we've opted to use O'Shea for precinct 7. And I think the rest of the board feels the way that I do, using a residential property to be a polling location where those residents are not able to vote at their own residential property is a no-go. So I think we've eliminated that, and so it would then be Driscoll. Ben, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So then precinct 11, they vote at Driscoll School now, correct?
Correct. So precinct 11 would continue to vote at the Driscoll School.
Okay. And that's not a problem for you? I mean, we do it at Runkle.
Yeah, so there are many considerations with a double precinct, mostly based around size. So the area, the spaces that work best for a double precinct are school gymnasium. So almost all of our doubles are in school gyms. So Driscoll's gym should be able to accommodate that as well.
Great. Well, I think that we might actually have agreement. So does anybody want to take a few more weeks to think about it, or should we vote and we can always try to revisit if something comes up?
Vote.
Okay. Please let me know if you object. Otherwise, I will move for the adoption of the proposed polling locations by Ben Kaufman, our town clerk, with the choice of O'Shea House at precinct 7 and a double polling location for precincts 10 and 11 for the new Driscoll Gymnasium. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Chair Hamilton, for your work on redistricting, and to the board for your expeditious work.
Excellent. Okay, and now on to 845 Boylston. I see Kara Bruton join us. So Kara, do you want to just kind of walk us through where we've been, where we're going, and where we are?
Sounds good. Thank you. Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development, and back for a second week in a row to talk about 845 Boylston. To remind the board, we are hoping that the select board will get a letter out to Mass Housing, which is the financing agency, regarding 845 Boylston, so that they can make a decision about whether to issue a project eligibility letter. Since we last met, I want to make sure that you all know that we have 47 different comments that we'll be attaching to this letter. Most of those have been posted even since last Tuesday online at the project website, which is brooklinema.gov/2026. So you can see all of those comment letters there. We'll also be attaching a summary of the discussion that happened at the public hearing from the select board minutes. And that's also linked on the town website. Some significant edits that I made as shown in the select board packets, and I can walk through this on screen if you'd like. But the significant thing that I heard from the select board was to, if I heard this right, is to add a kind of as a first comment, asking that the project proponent consider an alternative for the site that does not include Reservoir Road as a pickup and drop off. And to illustrate that point, with your permission, I thought it would be helpful to share briefly 3 photos that were part of the comment letters we received, including over the weekend. And they requested that you look at one of those, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Great, thank you. So these are photos taken by, I believe, Carla Benka, as well as the abutter to the property, Sharif Al-Jindi, on 8 Fairway Road. And what it's demonstrating is the conversation that you had and that you heard from the residents in the area, focused around, drop off and pickup activity. So this is Reservoir Road looking towards Route 9. So those street lights are the intersection of Route 9. And you can see people are actually pulled over on both the left and right side of the road, making this, you know, a narrow 1-lane width for access during this time. And this is the view taken from the driveway of the abutter 8 Fairway Road, their view showing the backup of traffic along Reservoir Road, and then also parking activity on the opposite side. So I thought those were particularly helpful for you just to look at, and it dovetails with the comments that I believe you all wanted to be added or emphasized in the letter. A couple other edits are kind of additional details to some of the topics we already had in the draft letter. So for example, in the paragraph where we talk about mass and height, including a sentence that talks about how the rooftop mechanicals are not shown at this conceptual plan phase, and that will increase, you know, the visual height impacts. Adding a sentence in the paragraph about tree canopy goals regarding the abutters properties, but especially 8 Fairway Road, where there are mature trees whose tree canopy, you know, gets awfully close, if not extends over to the property line, to the property that's requesting redevelopment, and whether or not, therefore, those trees on private properties, you know, outside of this development will need to come down due to loss of root or tree canopy. And then finally adding a sentence in the kind of the last page where we talked about wanting to see sky view angles from different perspectives, specifically including a view from the backyard of 8 Fairway Road, which I believe was a request from Select Board Member Van Scoyac. So that's it in summary. There is one spelling mistake, which I will also add here, which is the word mechanical. So I will fix that. Do you want me to share my screen in the Word document? Do you have any other questions?
Well, before you share, let me see if select board members have any comments. It's just easier for me to spot them this way. Bernard.
Yeah, a couple comments. First of all, the parking situation. If this building goes away, the parking situation at the Heath School is going to remain. And that's a problem we need to figure out some way of fixing. And I think it's really not appropriate to sort of mix those two together. We have a huge problem. Anything new on that site is going to increase the problem, but we need to deal with the problem we have right now, if that makes sense. Secondly, the tree canopy issue, as I see it, I mean, I went out there and talked to a couple of people. It's not just tree canopy. I mean, the tree canopy, there are a couple of trees on the immediate abutter whose leaves are going to sort of, and branches are going to sort of intrude into the airspace of the building. But more importantly, I think we need to specifically say that the trees are so close to the property line that any construction is going to, I don't really know, but I would think that any construction is going to have to injure the root system of the tree. Now that's a question for maybe Tom Brady, but that's something that I think is really the critical issue here, that they can't really build anything without hurting that tree. Now, I don't know what the rules are in terms of your tree trespassing on someone else's property, but that's still an issue that impacts whether we can actually save that tree or those trees.
Great. I tend to also concur that we have a pre-existing problem right now during drop-off, and I am going to try to look into why we don't have a crossing guard kind of helping to direct that traffic, because that's very problematic if that's the current state on a daily basis. John.
Thank you. Thank you to the neighbors who I thought presented really good testimony a week ago, very much to the point, specific, and without any hyperbole, just pointing out there are a lot of questions about the impact of this particular plan on one neighbor in particular, but on the entire neighborhood as well. And I want to thank Kara and the planning department for doing a really good job of summarizing those concerns. I think it's very appropriate that the letters from the neighbors be included in what we send. I would love to think that, and I think perhaps it's already been taken care of, that we're going to send the photographs as well. And I just want to kind of mark for the future that this particular application raises some interesting questions for the town's future. And Heather and Bernard were just speaking about one of them. That's this whole tree canopy issue. Canopy trees are not just any old tree. Canopy trees are very special in that they actually provide the shade that is sort of a defense against warming. There are plenty of trees that do not form canopies. And I think one of the things we're going to have to contend with, not just in this application, but other applications in the future as well, is it's one thing for there to be a net loss of canopy trees as a result of a development. It doesn't solve the problem if they are replaced with quote unquote street trees, or decorative trees. We have to figure out whether we can insist on, and whether we want to insist on, that canopy trees be replaced with canopy trees. And that also requires that we think about what are the limits on, if any, on our ability to be specific about mature plantings versus immature plantings, because canopy trees take a long time to develop. And if you want to give them a head start, you need to insist on mature trees be planted as replacement trees. So I just thought I would highlight those two issues in particular.
Thank you, John. Any other comments by select board members? Miriam.
I'll just say that I think that the addressing traffic in the letter was very well done. I think that is a big issue. I'd like to see the traffic study. I'd like to see them move the entrance, which we talked about. But as I said, otherwise, I think it's actually a good place for a project like this. We need more affordable housing. So I think that once the traffic is addressed, I think that's a big piece of it, but I thought it was well phrased in the letter. So thank you, Kara.
Any other comments before we tell Kara go forth? Seeing none. Kara, can you just explain what happens next?
Sure. Let me to respond to Bernard's comment first. So let me just quickly say that, read verbally at least, the sentence that we added with regards to the next door tree. The sentence says, in addition to street tree plantings, we are concerned that the proposed building will require removal of mature trees on the adjacent property at 8 Fairway Road. So I've tried to address that concern there by saying, I certainly am not an arborist, but, raising the concern that the proposed development will end up requiring removal on the adjacent property. So that the next steps in the process are the select board will hopefully send out a letter the next day or so to Mass Housing, which we will post on the department's website. And sometimes it takes a couple of weeks, sometimes a month for financing agencies to make a determination. Once they make a determination, they will issue what's called the PEL, the project eligibility letter. We will be noticed and we will post and let people know. Once that PEL letter is issued, it's kind of in the hands of the applicant again. They could take, file the next day, or they could take a couple of weeks or even a month in some cases. Even longer to actually file the application with the ZBA, which then starts the whole comprehensive permit review. So we will again notify abutters and town meeting members once that formal application comes to the ZBA, and that's, if and when it does.
Great. Any other comments before we move the language that will allow me to sign the letter on the board's behalf? Seeing none, I will move. All authorization for the chair of the board to sign the letter to Mass Housing conveying the select board's comments on the 845 Boylston Street application for project eligibility. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I think I can swing by tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night.
Great. Okay. Okay, next we have a special guest to speak to us about Afghan refugee. Raul, would you like to introduce the guests?
I'd be glad to, and I think we're promoting Gary Moorhead. There he goes. Let's get him up here. Perfect. And let me just sort of set the table before we get started. Say, when the news broke that that the U.S. was going to be pulling out maybe more abruptly than expected from Afghanistan, this led to a new wave of refugees coming from Afghanistan, and of course, refugee resettlement is something that communities in the U.S. have worked on for a long time, and organizations like Gary's and others have been working on for a long time. But it really raised for us, some thoughts about what we as a community that is a welcoming and inclusive community have been doing to do our part to welcome refugees in Brookline, either on a temporary basis or, hopefully on a more permanent basis. And so after a brief conversation on the board, I reached out to a couple of organizations. One was the International Institute of New England, and I met with Jeffrey Thielman, who's the director there, to talk about their work and to understand better what some of the challenges are to refugee resettlement and some of the opportunities as well. And I spoke with Gary Moorhead, who's here today with us. And by the way, Gary, please feel free if you'd like to turn your camera on so we can see as well, from an organization called Cataluma. Now, some of you may remember an article in the Brookline tab and elsewhere about some of the very first refugees in that wave from Afghanistan being put up temporarily, at least, over at the Courtyard Marriott. And that was actually a partnership between Gary's organization, Cataluma, and the Brookline Center. So, interested to hear more about that, certainly, Gary. But, in our conversations, what we talked about were some of the short-term needs that refugee resettlement organizations have, and the ways that either we as individual residents or we as a municipality can actually support those needs. But then I was very interested in the conversation we had about some of the longer term needs and some of the sort of systemic barriers to supporting long-term resettlement, and particularly in communities like ours that where the rents are a little bit higher than in some other places. And so, I'd like for us to have a conversation to learn a little bit more from Gary about this topic around refugee resettlement, and to have a conversation about what does that look like in a community like Brookline specifically, and the ways that we can get involved. So there you go, Gary. I hope that was a sufficient introduction, and I'll let you take it away. And then, this is one of our opportunities that I think we don't get enough as a board, is to just have a discussion. We don't have to vote on anything tonight, decide on anything tonight. But because we don't meet, sort of offline, it's important that we as a board have a conversation here in the public and hear from folks like Gary about what we could be doing, either what we're doing well and also what we could be doing even better as a community. So, Gary, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Raul. And I thank all of you for your generosity, making space and with city business to listen to this sort of thing. It's very encouraging, and I'm really grateful. Just two quick things. I'm going to use what for me is a very small slide deck, PowerPoint, just to kind of to give you some information, a little bit of background. I'm just going to sort of narrate it semi-autopilot, and then hopefully there'll be time for discussion and questions from you at the end. I've tried to pare it down so there isn't too much information, and then it perhaps most importantly leads to where we are right now and what interest you all may have in this. But I also want to introduce I guess they're sort of in the virtual gallery, at least one, as many as three of my colleagues are here. They also work with Cataluma. They're on the ground people rather than board of directors that we also have. And that's Greg Detweiler, who primarily handles, among other important things, he handles onboarding for volunteers, screening and orienting them. And then also Matt O'Sullivan, who has recently come on board and is helping us to be the point person for our housing and lodging search. And then also my friend Natasha Smith, has been a long-term Brookline resident. I actually rented an apartment from her husband Jeffrey 3 or 4, 5, good gracious, years ago, and that was sort of my first of 3 Brookline experiences, and part of my identity in the area. So they're either watching here or not, but I'll just want to mention them too. So I'm going to try to, how do I turn this thing on here? Share screen, right? Bear with my very simple skills and tell me if this all shows up on your end.
It is. Okay,
great. So Cataluma is our name. Cataluma Refugee Hospitality is sort of is the long formal name, and we are a nonprofit. So we function with professional sensibilities in the wider community. We're also a faith-based community. Interact with a lot of people of no faith and other faiths, but we are ourselves a church-based, Christian-based ecumenical organization. And our goal, one of our bigger overarching goals, is to provide model houses to show how hospitality can work on a scale, particularly for forced migrants, refugees. And we tend to think of it not just as a one-way thing where those of us are here or who are well-resourced, practicing and stable, practicing our philanthropy on hapless refugees that come, but we tend to see it more as a subject relationship. It's a relationship between host and guest, and we tend to philosophically embed ourselves in that way, and that this is also a learning experience. I'll hardly mention even, I won't even read this. This is just some, if you are really interested, I guess you can screen capture or see the recording or something, but there's background, probably a good 20 years or so behind this, primarily mine, but then later on as other colleagues come on board, that kind of make up the DNA and bring us to where we are. I spent better part of a decade, most of the years of those years living on the ground in Afghanistan, for what right now is a painful irony, helping Afghan refugees return and resettle in their home villages after they've been in refugee camps in Pakistan and Iran for years. That for me went back about 18 to 12 years ago. Anyway, we've lately become a nonprofit the past few years, with the idea of, after a lot of study and background, I was particularly intrigued and impressed with the model of a large guest house, and I had visited about a dozen of them in North America and actually lived and worked at one for a year just to see how they do it. We had our first humbling step in the water about a year and a half ago or so, when we rented a house in Brookline in Newton that opened up for us. And then also a Brookline resident who's living in the West Coast made their house available too for a refugee family. So we had 2, we called them pilot houses, and they lasted, operationally less than half a year both. We did really good things with them, and we also learned a lot. We were not prepared for COVID. That was the primary problem for us, but also not having, as I say, prepared enough for it. So we decided it would be wise to ramp down, to suspend our primary offering, which was a resettlement house for people to stay in, but to take, not to kind of go on mothballs, but to mobilize what we were doing. So for the past year, we've been working with several agencies in Boston, resettlement agencies, Boston Medical Center, bringing food to refugees and asylees, doing some home visits for particular ones who are asking for it, giving special transportation and other things. We also occasionally move people into new apartments when they're coming to resettle. Yeah, I'll just mention that we have 3+1 practical offerings at this point, which has to do with different creative solutions for housing, for food, for friendship. Those are the 3 things that we invest a lot of our planning and creativity and time into doing for all kinds of refugees, including these new coming Afghans. And then since we moved out of our house, we've sort of taken it on the road, and we have a number of drivers, volunteer drivers, in a van by which we transport people, food, and furniture. Since, let's see here, we got a call from REAC, Refugee Immigrant Assistance Center, based in, so sorry, drawing a blank, a couple of towns over from you all, Roxbury, and we'd had a pleasant relationship with, but no major project oriented, but they really liked what we had been doing with refugees. And they asked if we could join them and a few other kind of community organizations to support them. REAC is like other resettlement organizations. There are 5 particular ones that I can think of. Among them are the International Institute in New England that Raul mentioned. Was that the International Institute or Accentria? I maybe have missed.
That's right.
Okay, International Institute. So what we do is that we kind of offer a narrower set of specialties, of skills that we can do well, more deeply and broadly than a resettlement organization can. But we just stick to 2 or 3, in our case, maybe 4 things that we help REAC to do with greater effect. In any case, the opening round of this, the end of September, right up through the middle of November, was to house altogether 9 families, or 9 that range from 1 signal to families of 5, couple families of 5, from in that period of time at Coolidge Corner at the Marriott. And it was a fantastic landing space, very practical, even though very short term, helpful for REAC, and that it bought them time to find more suitable medium and long-term lodgings for those clients of theirs. And it also gave us an opportunity to have a really efficient, single space where we could look after these folks, teach them how to go to market, start helping them with cultural climatization, and also for them to be together as a group and to support each other. When those families proliferated, our own services sort of expanded and multiplied. So we have several support groups, or we aspiringly forming support groups in about 4 areas of Greater Boston area. But we remain, even as we're helping out folks and looking at the next wave, the likely wave of folks that we'll be taking on from REAC, we continue to look for creative options here. And I'll mention those at the very end here, and I'll try to wrap this up. I'm going to give you a series of images, and we'll fly through them. So pardon me if it's sort of like a film strip, but just a few shots of 2 or 3 here I have of my decade back in Afghanistan, where that was the early stages of Cataluma. And more recently here, working with refugees, we opened up our house. This is our office at Cataluma last year. One of our board members and myself, another Ugandan refugee. We try to have some refugees on our board and on our team as much as possible. And this was.
You have reached 7 minutes. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay. Can you grant me another 90 seconds?
Yes, but we do have a series of licenses that we really need to get to tonight. So
okay,
please stick to 90 seconds.
Great. So here is just some of the itinerant mobilized stuff that we did the past year, where we deliver folks to food to refugees. And here's some of our planning sessions for getting ready for this phase of the Afghan food. And this is a woman who heads up one of our food distributions. And just this is just a series of folks. This is basically around the corner from you at the hotel, with the first group of Afghans that have arrived and that we still are working closely with. It's been wonderful just to meet these people and to spend a lot of time with them and get to know them. There's Natasha and Jeff Smith. And it's been great. I mean, I am not a Brookline resident now, and I don't have the buy-in like you folks do, but I think it's great to have these people in your own community. This is just, I think, a picture from the past 48 hours of one of the first kids of our families to go to school here, in a town north of here. So basically what we're looking for, and I would put before you folks, is that we'll continue to look for short-term transitional spaces, host homes, or non-occupied homes that can work along those lines. We're also looking for affordable long-term rentals that people would help out by making it easier and cheaper for the Afghans to start off. And then we ourselves, Cataluma as an organization, is searching again to find our host home that we've lost and that we're looking for. I would love it if it was in Brookline. We have some history here. I'm intrigued by the interest that the Brookline community has. The fact that you guys are even asking me to talk, I really appreciate it. This is our contact information. And I would love to have any more conversations with you folks if you'd like to know more about what we're doing. And if you could tell us if there's anything that the city of Brookline can do, governmentally, privately, whomever. We are seeing some real interest expressed among Brooklynites, and at least one and probably a second upcoming host home has happened in Brookline, and we hope we look for more. So thanks, and I apologize for going a wee bit over.
So we're running behind. With that in mind, anyone on the board have any questions? And then we really do need to move along because this took several minutes over what we had allotted. Miriam.
I promise it'll be quick. For most of you who know this, my father was a Holocaust survivor, refugee to this country, and Highest helped his family, helped my family. And I just want to say how important it is that even now, as you know, I know that Highest was the one that got us on our feet when we came to this country. So these transitional organizations are so important. And they become a part of the family legend and storytelling. So thank you for the work you do. And I hope we all can support it, continue to support it.
Thank you.
John?
I too will be brief. I really want to thank Gary for an excellent presentation, but more important for the work that he and his colleagues are doing with the Cataluma. Terrific. I want to thank Raul, my colleague on the board, for having coordinated with Gary and done a really good job of bringing this to our attention. And I just want to mention, probably doesn't need mentioning to Gary, but Greater Boston Interfaith Organization, which is, organizing across all kinds of religious communities to try to do some good social justice work. Not just in Brookline, but in other communities as well. But they would make a good partner in this, perhaps. So I'm just putting that out there as a sort of something to think about.
Thank you.
Bernard?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say that through Highest, America gave Miriam's family an opportunity to prosper, and her family gave us Miriam. So that I think is the reason why this program or these efforts are so important. We gain so much from it, and I was just wondering if you've reached out to existing refugee communities here in Brookline. I know there's a large, it's a little different from refugee, but a large Russian community here in Brookline. And, that could be a real resource in terms of, support services, maybe houses and things like that. But, it's a resource that we have here in Brookline that, you can take advantage of or use. So.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for making yourself available to us here this evening.
Okay.
Oh, Raul, did you want to?
Yeah,
say
just some last comments, and I will be brief. So Gary, thank you very much for that. I think it's important for us to get thinking about what we as individuals in a community might be able to do to help further support Afghan resettlement. And as Bernard says, we have a thriving immigrant communities in Brookline that that I think are worthy of more discussion and that can be involved in this as well. A few things for folks to know out there: the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations has an immigrant advancement subcommittee, and if that's of interest to you, please get involved. You don't have to be a member of the commission to participate in the subcommittee. We already have members of the subcommittee that aren't members of the commission. There is Welcome Blanket Brookline. Some folks may remember that in addition to actually creating welcome blankets for sort of newly arriving folks to Brookline and elsewhere, are also very interested in supporting new arrivals. And then also, my first thing that I did in Brookline was actually something called Buffers, Boston Friends for Refugee Support. And Lisa Nowak-Wilkins, who used to live here, put out a call to help sort of gather all these supplies that were coming and package them up and to get them out to refugees who were coming to the area. It was the first civic thing I did in Brookline, and that organization is still out there. It's called Boston, but people in Brookline are involved in it as well. So just a few ways for individuals to get involved, even as we continue the conversation about these larger issues around housing. And I look forward to more conversations with Gary, Mel, Heather, and the rest of the board.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Hopefully this will be the start of a wonderful friendship. Oh, you're muted, Gary. Nope. Okay. Well, we wish him the best. So next, an interview with Caitlin Robbins for hold on, Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Hi, Caitlin. Welcome to the board. So we usually have interviewees do about a 90-second intro about who you are and why you're interested, and then we open it up to questions.
Great. Okay, sounds good.
Great.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Robbins. I'm a Brookline resident for about 3 years now. I am the Zero Waste Manager at Boston University and interested in becoming part of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I've been attending the public monthly meetings with SWAC for about a year now, started last January, just as a member of the public to listen in and hear about what the committee is doing. And I'm very enthusiastically supportive of what they have done and the direction that they're moving in. And I'm very interested in getting more involved. And someone who values kind of helping shape the community in which I live. And I think as a younger woman, I have an important voice to be heard, especially in the kind of, waste space where, it's not something that's maybe popular amongst residents as much as other committees. And I think that I've got valuable experience to bring to the table in my professional roles, past and present. And I think that SWAC and DPW can benefit from the lessons that I've learned in my 6-ish years in the waste industry. So thank you for considering me.
Excellent. Well, you answered my first question, which was, why you might be interested. But my second question, how did you find out about the committee?
I believe I met one of the Department of Public Works employees at a conference when I first moved to Boston that I had attended through my job. Got chatting with him, and he had recommended that I get involved in the meetings. And so I've just really enjoyed kind of listening in on them over the last year or so.
Excellent. Bernard.
Yeah, in your materials, you say that you are the zero waste coordinator or something at BU. Tell us a little bit about the challenge of, well, first of all, maybe give us a sense of what you mean by zero waste. And then what type of challenges do you find at BU that would be similar to challenges you'd find here in Brookline in implementing a zero waste program? And what would that mean in the context of a town?
Absolutely. So zero waste is an industry term that's commonly defined by 90% of waste being diverted from landfill or incineration. So there's heavy focus on what we call kind of upstream action, meaning preventing waste before it occurs through reuse, redesigning systems to support material life cycles. And then of course, there's still a heavy focus on kind of recycling and composting and that material recovery piece of it. So at the university, I'm responsible for designing and implementing the zero waste strategy for our campuses. We've got a community of about 35,000 staff, faculty, and students. We've got a medical campus and an undergraduate residential campus. So we really kind of are a little microcosm and basically a small town. And while our governing structure, I think, is very different from municipalities, I think that the culture change component and the program implementation component is very similar to what I envision being applicable for the town of Brookline.
Thank you.
Excellent. John is staring very intensely, and I think he's coming up with a question, but I'll wait for him to use the hand raise feature. Miriam.
So mine's not really a question as much as a statement, which is I agree with you. I think having a lens, having unique and valued lenses from different perspectives, different periods in our life is very helpful for all the committees. So I really appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Raul?
I'll just briefly say, this is one of the areas where BU really has been leading. And so having somebody like you who understands that institutional approach to zero waste and everything else that's happening around the environment at BU can only be helpful for us and, can strengthen the partnership that we have as a community with Boston University. So excited to see you here.
Yeah, thanks. I also see a lot of opportunity for kind of alignment and because BU is such a large part of the city, a lot of my time and attention is spent getting the university aligned with the city, who also has a zero waste goal. And so I think, I can be a good connection for the town of Brookline into the university community, as well as the city of Boston and other Massachusetts towns.
Great, thank you.
Well, please try to remember who that DPW employee was so that we can send them a proper thank you note for being a good ambassador.
Yes, his name is Tom Seeger. He's no longer with DPW, recently took another position, but he was an asset.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for applying. We will make a decision hopefully soon.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, take care.
Bye.
So while we're on the business of boards and commissions, we had an interview for someone who was interested in serving on not only the Disability Commission, but also the Housing Advisory Board. We have a vacancy. She has, I think she was the only one who has applied recently. So I am going to put forward the name of Sean O'Neill, who is interested in serving on the Housing Advisory Board. I serve on that as well as the Select Board Liaison, and we've been bumping up against some quorum issues. I think it's mostly because of the holidays. So the chair of HAB is very anxious to have a full appointment. Any discussion or questions before I move that name for appointment? Raul.
Yeah, only to say that generally speaking, also we just appointed Sean to another body, and I'd like to have folks not serving in too many capacities, so that we don't tax folks, and also we get varied perspectives. With that said, it looks like we don't have anyone else who's applied for this position. And Sean has a unique and valuable perspective that I think the HAB could use. So with all those other sort of usual concerns that I have, I'm happy to vote favorably tonight.
Any other discussion? I will just say this, it's a quagmire that we find ourselves in most of the time when we rely so heavily on volunteers. Usually those same volunteers volunteer for everything. So it is sometimes a challenge for us to recruit people who have, are not serving on multiple boards, because the work, is its own reward or punishment, depending on how you define those things. Bernard.
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate concern over working people in these volunteer capacities. But I would just like to say that, talking to Sean, I mean, she has a lot of energy, and the COVID lockdown has really hurt her in terms of limiting, what she can do to exercise her volunteer, wishes, or whatever phrases. So I think that, yes, we have to be very careful about not overloading people. But Sean is someone who has the type of energy that I think we really could take advantage of on both the Disability Commission, but also on the Housing Advisory Board, where a lot of disability issues tend to be overlooked because there's no one there saying, hey, think about this issue this way. From a disabled person's perspective. So anyway.
Okay, well, at this time, I will move Sean O'Neill for the current vacant position on the Housing Advisory Board, and I believe that term is going to expire in 2023. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? And the chair votes aye. Moving along. Oh, yes, robust discussion on fare free bus pilot. Raul, actually, would you like to kind of set up this conversation? Since this started from a letter that you had forwarded to me towards the end of last week from the
Sure,
city of Cambridge.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I mentioned some of this last week, so I don't want to repeat too much, but to say that that we've had, I think, productive conversations with the MBTA about the possibility of a fare-free pilot focused on the 66 bus. And I've been working with Erin Galentine, our DPW commissioner, as well as Todd Crane, our transportation administrator, and then also Brian Kane from the Transportation Board joined us in a meeting as well. At the same time, I mean, we know, I think, well, what's happening in Boston, and that the mayor there is committed to fare-free transit, and that also the city council, at least recently, has been very supportive of that, voting in favor of an allotment to extend the pilot to 3 lines in Boston. And then, meanwhile, Cambridge has also been pushing for a similar pilot. They've been having their own meetings with the MBTA, and so where we are now essentially is, our 3 communities really need to start getting together. If this is something that we want to do, then we need to start getting together and talking about what that looks like. Particularly, there's a real opportunity here with the 66 line. For us in Brookline, it's a phenomenal line because it passes, in addition to passing through some of the areas for folks who most need to ride the bus, who use it, who rely on the bus, as opposed to some of us who hop on occasionally. It cuts through some of those areas of Brookline, and also cuts through 3 of our commercial areas, which really could provide some hop on, hop off access to JFK Crossing, Coolidge Corner, Brookline Village. That's a host of benefits for us. This is a real opportunity for us to work with Boston and Cambridge, the 3 municipalities together, on a pilot together, to then also learn from that pilot and perhaps think about how we might want to move forward with buses in Brookline. That said, there is, the letter that we have in front of us is a letter that some of our colleagues in Cambridge have generated, or asking us to join them in signing on, which is really, appealing to the MBTA to have a bit more urgency and to partner with us in a more robust way, let's say, to actually move this project forward and get it done. There's obviously lots of data that's coming from the 28 pilot, and with the potential expansion to the 28 bus pilot in Boston, and with the potential expansion to other lines in Boston, a lot more that can be learned. But we think, those of us that have been involved in pushing this conversation forward, that a partnership between Boston, Cambridge, and Brookline on the 66 is very unique, and we'd like to actually get that going with the support of this board, of course, sooner than later, so that we can learn from it, and our residents can have the benefit of it. So I think, is that enough, Heather?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Bernard, right before I call on you, I had a conversation with John over the weekend, and I think I know he shares some of my concerns about signing on to this letter and versus creating our own. So I just want John to have an opportunity, and then Bernard, I'll of course call on you.
Oh, thank you very much, Heather. I gave a close read to the Cambridge letter, and I do think it's a good idea that they have taken the initiative on this, and I think it would be a good idea for Brookline to also have a say in this. I don't think we need to simply echo the Cambridge letter, and I think we can put together a letter that's a little bit more raises some of the issues that I think we would need to have the MBTA address with us in order for this pilot, in order for us to make a decision on a pilot. And I would underscore pilot. One of the concerns I had about the Cambridge letter is that I think in their enthusiasm for going forward on this, at first they referred to it as a pilot, and then by the end of the letter they were referring to, making a commitment wholeheartedly into the indefinite future to do this. And I thought we better make sure that we, at this point, treat it as a pilot request, but also specify to the MBTA that we're going to need some data from the MBTA. We're going to need them to be in regular communication with us. We don't want to just kind of take forever on this because of a slowdown in communications, and we would like to get questions answered. We're going to need things like, for example, a forecast for, say, a given month or given months as to what this would cost. And we're going to need answers to questions such as, on what basis will we determine the costs to be carried by the separate communities? For example, is it simply based on boarding of the bus in any given community? And I think there's also questions to be addressed and information that's needed if it's based on boarders. Who are the boarders who currently board in Brookline? Because there's the MBTA fare system is quite complex, and it includes all kinds of special fare situations, as is student fares and other discounted fares. So, there's a lot of information that's needed, and information as to the implications for people who ride the bus to Brookline, but then transfer to the Green Line. Is it, possible that in fact their particular payment of their bus fare is already covered, by the fact that they are actually making a transfer to another line? So, you don't want to get into a situation where the town is paying double for a fare that's already covered. So, a lot of things to think through, and I think we need our own letter so that Brookline's particular questions are addressed in whatever we send to the MBTA.
Bernard?
Yeah, I guess John mentioned a couple of things that I was thinking about. But first of all, let me just say that I'm willing to sign a letter either that we write or that the Cambridge has already written. I mean, it's not a perfect letter, but I think it's good enough. And it is, and you know, I think it's clear that it is a pilot, not, you know, something that's going to creep into a permanent program. My concern is people like me, and I'm not rich by any means, really shouldn't get free fares. I mean, I can afford to get on the bus and pay the fare. And the reason why that's relevant is that no free fare program is free. The people who pay for it are people like, you know, the MBTA union workers who may, you know, be lose positions or not be able to negotiate, you know, high wages, maintenance, capital needs, you know, which is a problem the MBTA has had for years, for decades, I guess. And before, you know, we, you know, go down the road of a pilot program, which sort of implies that we're looking to make that permanent, we need some, and we should just demand that the state MBTA address particularly issues of deferred maintenance and capital needs of the MBTA, which are huge problems. And they are the things they will be paying for the free fares if those issues aren't dealt with, you know, right out of the gun.
So I have some thoughts. I also would prefer to kind of write our own letter, just because even though the letter was only 2 pages, I found it surprisingly hard to follow. And I think it was just because it wasn't the context that I'm used to. Like, it didn't really mention the 66 at all. So to John's point, I think we can actually write a more direct and concise letter, hopefully 1 page, maybe a couple of paragraphs where we say exactly like what we support. I would advocate that we pick 1 bus line to start and then, you know, kind of branch out from there. So the 66, I think, is definitely the place to start because it's got the support from the host communities, and it is one of the most traveled bus lines. And I learned, I had been in the Boston area for a very long time, taking the Green Line on a very regular basis, and then I got into a grad program where I had to take the bus, and I actually ended up having to take the 66. And I approached it the way that I approach taking the Green Line, which is my earbuds were in, my T pass was out, I would get on, I would board, I wouldn't make eye contact with anyone, I would try to find a place to sit. And George Abbott White, who is a town meeting member in Precinct 9, affectionately refers to the 66 as the love boat. And he would say this a lot, and I had no idea what he meant until you experience it. And I got out of the habit of putting my earbuds in because inevitably, almost every single time I would take the 66, I would meet someone and engage in conversation. It's just a different demographic. It's a different social experience taking the bus versus taking one of the transit lines. And I totally understand where you're coming from, Bernard, that the money will have to come from somewhere. But I am really excited about the data that we would collect and be able to say, look at this uptick in usage, and then justify trying to, you know, get the state legislature to fund it in a completely different way that I hope is more equitable than relying on, you know, the fares that have traditionally financed a big chunk of the MBTA. John has his hand up. Bernard, you still have your hand up, but I didn't know if that was just from, okay. So John.
Yeah, I've been inspired to add a couple of thoughts. I love your reference to George and to the Love Bus, because or Love Boat, whatever. Because as it happens, Boston Mayor Wu precipitated quite an interesting discussion on social media today by saying that one of the things she would love to see change about the MBTA is that people riding buses and the Green Line and so on, they don't talk to each other enough. They don't engage in conversations enough. And so all kinds of people on social media today are taking polls. Would you prefer to do more talking or less talking, on the MBTA? So putting that aside, there is an aspect to this which I cannot fail to point out. And it's just because, when I can, I try to sort of make sure people stay focused on fiscal realities. And there's a very important distinction that we always need to keep in mind where Brookline is concerned, especially vis-a-vis Cambridge and Boston. And especially if we're going to embark on a program that is, going to put all three communities into the business of contributing towards a subsidy of whatever it might be, whether it's, bus rides or something else. And that is that I'm going to cite the numbers just so that people can get a handle on this. If you look at the tax base and the revenue base in Boston and the revenue base in Cambridge and the revenue base in Brookline, what you will see, according to 2021 numbers, is that 58% of the revenue base in Boston is commercial, and 65% of the revenue base in Cambridge is commercial, and 17% of the revenue base in Brookline is commercial. So 82% of the revenue base in Brookline is residential taxpayers. And why does that make a difference? When people raise questions of, can we participate along with those two communities in a program such as this? Well, it makes a difference in that when you have that high of a commercial tax base, as they do in Boston and in Cambridge, revenues come out of a part of your tax base that can make up for increases by improving their bottom line. So maybe they can raise costs to customers or consumers or you name it. Residential taxpayers in Brookline don't have that option of if they're going to be paying increased taxes in order to cover a subsidy, they don't have that option of, passing it on. So let's just keep that in mind. I do think we should go ahead with participation in the pilot program. And the major reason is, as Heather cited, as our chair cited, the test will give the state valuable information as to what happens when you have free fares, and does it increase ridership, which is a good thing, and we want to do that. And if it proves that it does increase ridership, then that becomes the foundation for people to seriously consider at the state level that this should be, or something like this should be tried with the system as a whole. So I think that's the major reason for us to do this.
I'm very empathetic to the points that you just raised, John, but I think that's the second part of the two-part question, which is we got to find out the magnitude of the potential cost, and then we'll have the conversation about whether or not we can afford to participate. Miriam.
Yeah, I think certainly there's no reason not to participate in a pilot program. Right. This is what pilot programs are, to see how it works, who it affects, what the costs are. And this is a real equity issue. Public transportation is an equity issue. And the 66 especially, I also lived right on Park Street. I took the 66 to school every day. So I think it would be a shame if we didn't participate, and if we didn't really carefully weigh the pros and cons once we get the data. To really keep that equity lens on this project or proposal. So I'm all for it.
So Bernard and John, you still have your hands raised.
Yeah,
Didn't know. Okay, Bernard.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that I like to call the 66 bus, which I ride when I'm too lazy to walk. A bus that links Brookline to both Harvard Square and Nubian Square, and that's significant. And I think we should figure out some way of, taking advantage of that or using that fact to sort of provide or to make sure that the MBTA, the City of Boston, City of Cambridge, look at it in terms of linking those two important nodes in this area, through Brookline, so that I'm thinking that people in the Nubian Square area and Roxbury generally, have been cut off from jobs in areas outside of their area. So the 66 bus can be used as a way of overcoming that sort of historical transportation desert situation that they face. I don't have any specific ideas, but I think that should be something that we think about. Because the fact that we are right in the middle of that corridor, Nubian Square, Harvard Square, huge significance there. Is something we should figure out some way of taking advantage of and making sure other people think about it as we go forward with this pilot.
Raul?
Sure, thanks, Heather. My kids are just off camera, so just know that. The two things. One, I think we could put together, if the board wants, our own letter, a really good one, and and really based on the work that Erin and Todd have already done on sort of putting together the early stages of an ARPA proposal for this. And so we've got a lot of data about the 66 line, and in particular, the census tracts that it runs through in Brookline. So we've got tons of data there. The other piece, and I don't want to lose this, is what Bernard mentioned about the people who work for transit. A lot of people might not know, but I'm from a transit family. My parents worked in New York for the trains and the buses. My father he cleaned cars, conductor, train operator. My sister's a train operator now, and then my mother worked on the buses, and most of my life she was a bus mechanic. So I agree that as we move forward here, and I don't know if it's necessary to put it in this particular letter, but as we move forward, if we get a pilot going and there becomes a larger conversation about whether or not fare free is the way to go system wide, which I think it is, then I think we do need to make sure that doesn't, as Bernard said, end up on the backs and end up cutting the paychecks of the people who work for the system, who are one of the probably one of the few things that actually works in the system right now. So anyway, I just want to say that too, and that I endorse those comments.
Great. So what I'll try to do offline is to get our transportation administrator, maybe with our DPW commissioner, to draft that letter. Raul, maybe you can kind of be our point person. I'll just make the initial ask, and if you can just stay on top of it. And then we will bring that before the board, and then we will vote that language. Great. Okay. Awesome. On to our next agenda item, which is entertainment license for Far Out Ice Cream. That's where Miriam and I were a couple weekends ago.
Far Out.
Delicious. I cannot recommend it enough. So good. It was so good.
Although they need more chocolate, just saying. So who do we have on behalf of Far Out Ice Cream? August.
Miriam and Heather, you just made my day. Sincerely, that meant so much to hear.
Well, do you want to just give a brief background about why you're here tonight? Entertainment license, I guess, is the matter at hand.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to. So we're a little over a month now open. Things have been going really, really well. We couldn't be more grateful to be part of this community. I'm grateful to be in front of this board again. And, we had applied for this quite some time ago, and I think it's just coming to process now. But, this has always been a desire of ours. The kind of impetus of this is my business partner and I both are big fans of Sweet Green and the NPR podcast, How I Built This. And when you listen to them talk about how the music that they were able to play in front of their store, outside of their store, really, activated the community, and it was a big part of who they became. That's kind of the driving force here. So hard stop there. I don't know if there's much more explanation other than that.
No, that was perfect. My only clarifying question is, when we're talking about entertainment, are we talking about pre-recorded music like streaming, or are we talking about live music?
No, our intention was, at least initially, was just streaming Spotify account, and we have speakers and we have set up outside, high-end speakers that we already wired for. We just have to put them in. So yeah, that's that.
Great. And the hours are capped at 7 p.m. So your neighbors will like you.
Yeah, yes, of course.
John, do you want to ask a question?
There we go. Yeah. Well, there's been a reference twice now to outside speakers, and that just causes me a little bit of concern, I guess. I don't know if we've done this before, where we've permitted outside speakers. I know that we have outside dining, but have we done outside speakers before?
I don't know. I have experienced it as a patron elsewhere, and I find it to be very desirable. It's not usually all that loud. Although Hamilton's had music in their outdoor patio. But 7 p.m., I mean, I find it really hard to believe that anybody would be bothered. But I could be wrong. Miriam and then Raul.
I would say to that too, being familiar with the location, having already visited it. They're not that close to, I mean, it's not like they're right next to a house that's going to hear this music. It's really ideal, I think, for a radio playing and a chair outside. They had a little table and chairs. We might have sat there and ate ice cream. But I can't, I'd be a little more concerned if it were live music, but Spotify on an outdoor speaker, it's just such a commercial area still. I don't have the same hesitation.
This is the old 4A coffee, if you remember where that was, John. Raul?
I was just going to say, I remember us approving something like this for Clearflower, and they wanted Parisian music outside of Clearflower. And remember that? And we said, okay, it's far enough away from a Butters that it shouldn't be an issue. And if it does become an issue, then we've got to review that and maybe either lower the volume or remove that use.
John, are you satisfied? Or do you
well,
still?
I just want to say I would make an exception for Parisian music.
I live right next to Clearflower. It's very pleasant. It adds to the whole vibe that they're creating there.
Yeah. And I believe that we have a noise ordinance, nothing above 65 decibels. So I'm sure this will be well under that, but you'll probably want to make sure you know where that level is.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of, I think the location in this case protects us from this possibility. But if it were a location that's next to another location, that's next to another location, that's next to another location, at some point we have to figure out if we can really entertainment licenses that are outdoor music that are going to actually clash, with one another. And once you say yes to the first one, you're kind of, at the spot. You have to kind of say yes to the next one. It'd be hard to say you can't do this because we already gave an outdoor license to your next door neighbor who's competing with you, So it's just something I haven't thought about that much, but it feels like something we're going to need to think through as to how we address future requests of this nature.
Mm-hmm. And since we are the licensing authority, we can deal with it if it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to give it a go. Any other comments before I move approval of this entertainment license?
Heather, I just have one question. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask.
Of course.
There is a transformer right in front of our building, also the Daily Stroll and Pizzeria Dante. I know in towns like Wellesley, they commission artists to do, to activate those to make them, nicer, for lack of a better word. How would we go about that process to figure out if we were able to do that?
That seems like an excellent question for our DPW commissioner, but since we don't have her, Mel will have to do.
Well, I don't know who owns that. I assume one of the private utilities owns that. And, that's where I would start. I'm sure DPW could help you identify that and make a proposal.
Okay.
Do you know Erin Galantine and how to get in touch with her? She's our DPW commissioner.
I do not.
I'll follow up with you tomorrow, August, and give you that info.
Mel, that'd be wonderful. Do you have my email address?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you so much, Mel. I really appreciate it.
you're welcome.
Great. Excellent. So without further ado, I will move approval of an entertainment license for NZ RFIC JFK LLC doing business as Far Out Ice Cream at 419 Harvard Street. Entertainment will consist of radio from Sunday to Saturday, 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. All those in
Thank you,
favor?
everyone.
Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate your time.
Great.
Good luck.
On to a change of manager at Trader Joe's. Do we have Andrew Upton? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, Andrew Upton for the licensee Trader Joe's. We are proposing tonight to replace a corporate officer. One guy has retired. He has to be replaced by another person. This is happening to all Trader Joe's in Massachusetts. It has no effect on any aspect of the operation in Brookline. Everything stays exactly the same. These people are in the corporate headquarters, but the ABCC mandates that one must be replaced by another. And I'm glad to answer any questions.
Great. Are there any questions? This seems pretty straightforward. Seeing no questions, I will move approval of the change of manager. The application of change of manager, LLC. Hold on. Application of a change of LLC manager from Edward Seeker to Tracy Anderson Ingram for LLH LLC doing business as Trader Joe's, number 501 at 1309 Beacon Street. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John, Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Great. Moving along.
Can I register a late aye on that one?
Sure, we'll count it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're actually going to shift, if there are no objections, the financial forecast CIP presentation so that we can finish the license renewals, if that is okay, since we're kind of already on this, and I really feel like we're knocking them out. Okay, great. So, entertainment license renewals. Mel, did you want to speak about that or say
No,
anything?
when there's our issue.
You're on.
When there are issues that are coming up, I'll mention them, but entertainment is not one of those.
So are we voting on entertainment licenses, or maybe I'm a little lost?
I believe we are.
So are we approving the entertainment licenses?
That's what the recommendation is. If you just bear with me for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, they are listed in your table. So I don't have a page number, but it's the document that looks like this, and entertainment licenses are a part of that. And
Okay, kind of like what we just did for Far Out. It's mostly radio.
It's almost exclusively that, but it's existing conditions, and we recommend approval of renewal of all those licenses.
Okay. Any questions, objections, food for thought? I think this is pretty straightforward, but Bernard might
Yeah,
currently,
are all the licenses inside? I assume they are, right?
Well,
with the
I only asked-
exception
as,
of
as
probably
mentioned,
Clear
just-
Flower.
Yeah, as was just mentioned, there are a couple that, I believe in their licenses were permitted to do the speakers outside. I don't have those listed, but I think they were all fairly modest proposals, similar to the ones you just approved with an early closing, or, I don't believe we've allowed any late night music outside.
No news is good news.
Okay, well. I assume we
Believe me,
have,
we would hear if it was a problem from abutters.
or we will hear, so.
These are all current conditions.
Correct.
Okay, so I will move approval of the entertainment licenses for 2022. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John? Maybe he'll,
Once again, aye, sorry.
okay. Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And moving to common victular?
Yes, the first part of the common victulars would like to approve of those. Common victular. Common victular is the legal reference for essentially a sit-down restaurant. And that sit-down restaurant provides the kind of alcohol licensing that the town issues. And so because of a notice issue, we don't want to do all the alcohol licenses tonight, but we do feel comfortable going forward with those who have an alcohol license associated with their common victuals license. And that belongs on the alcohol license part. On the first page, we begin with Anatolian Buffet and Kebab House, and it goes alphabetically all the way to Zaftig's. We recommend renewal with the exception of one that we'd like to defer, and that's Sunset Cantina.
Great. And this is different than a food vendor license, which
That is
we will
correct.
talk about in a moment.
That's correct. These are all sit-down restaurants.
Okay. All those in favor with the conditions that Mel just made explicit? Any objections? All those in favor of approving common victular? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
I mean, the list is sideways. That's why my head's like that, but I.
I was
The chair-
worried.
I'm surprised that some of these places have alcohol license. I'm like, oh, I gotta
my
go
goodness.
there.
Good advertising. And the chair votes aye. So now the much anticipated food vendor.
Actually, we're going to get to one thing before then. So you just
Okay.
approved the common victulars, the restaurants with alcohol licensing, and now we'd like you to approve the common victulars license for restaurants, inclusive of all restaurants. Many do not serve alcohol, and they're listed on the common victular. Again, we will not recommend taking up Sunset Cantina at this time.
Great. Okay. So the last vote was establishments serving alcohol. This vote is for all-inclusive common victular license holders for 2022. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now to the food vendor license. Especially any thoughts based on the public comment that we received earlier this evening.
Yes. Sorry.
And I think we may have the owners of Reef Kitchen or maybe someone to speak on their behalf, but John has his hand up. So John, what would you like to say?
Well, I do want to hear from the owners, but I also want to say my first inclination is that we should not renew this license at this time. And I think we certainly will come back to it and decide on renewing it later. But I think we need to take a break and sort out what we heard from neighbors and sort out whether some sort of situation has arisen that was not anticipated. And I'm not going to say, whether there's any blame to be assessed on that at all. It's just that this is a very different use than the neighbors were accustomed to, and I think had a right to expect. And noise interference with people's enjoyment of their quality of life is becoming a real frequent occurrence in Brookline. And I think we've got to start dealing with it on a case-by-case basis and figuring out how an operation such as this one, which is very intense, on the basis of what the neighbors have told us, and on the basis of what I have been able to sort of learn just from some casual reading about this particular venture, not this in this location, but this sort of concept. This is a high volume activity company, and it services major fast food operators. I don't know if that's the case with this particular branch of it, but as the neighbors themselves have testified, there's a level of intensity to the kitchen activity and the resulting noise and the resulting issues of anytime you have refrigeration, there can also be issues of whether there's any thing more than noise going on. Is there any kind of a air quality activity or air quality question being raised for what's going on? And so I think before we just go ahead and re-up this particular licensee, we just need to take a breath, take a pause, and have some of these questions addressed, hopefully towards remediation. Because without remediation, this is going to continue to be a real nuisance to the neighbors, as they have said tonight.
Miriam?
Thanks. So I learned something new today. When I look up Reef Kitchen, it's described as a ghost kitchen. And so actually what I have John's concern too, that we need to kind of pause and evaluate, because I don't know that this is a restaurant, right? I don't know that this has the same zoning. I just don't know. It was very hard for me to find really anything about what's happening, in the backdoor operations. And so it does raise my eyebrows a little bit that this is not similar to what the purpose of the property was being used for prior. And it's very unclear to me. I mean, I tried to look up what is a ghost kitchen? How does it work? I'm just unsure. I think it needs a little further evaluation.
Raul?
Yeah, I'll just say, first of all, we haven't heard from the business owner, and obviously we would need to before taking any action, and they deserve a right to be heard here too. With that said, I think the concerns that were brought up were, seem certainly troubling. I don't know if our staff have even had a chance to get a handle on these, if these are issues that we were aware of before, or if these just came to light in the last few days. So, I would love to give our staff an opportunity to sort of dig into this, to talk with the business owners, to see, what the conditions are, to hear the noise levels, and then to be able to get back to us and give us a more thoughtful recommendation on it.
Mel?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, actually, it was news to me that there was a significant difference in the operations to the prior establishment there. The first thing I did was check with our building inspector, who's our zoning enforcement officer, and he believes that this use is allowed from a zoning perspective. I asked him to make sure he looked at this operation, just didn't rely on the prior operation. So he will do that. The noise issue, we do have a noise bylaw. We talked about it earlier this evening. One of the things I'm going to do right away is ask for noise measurements to be taken. while that truck is there. And if they violate the noise bylaw, that's, the end of the story, because, you can't violate that without special permission of the board. I think we ought to consider the hours and other aspects of the operation, but you're right. We actually convened our enforcement team on the Audi dealership, which we're going to take up next week. And, we obviously talked about this not only because, all the same departments are involved, but it's literally next door. So we do need a week if you really want us to put together some thoughtful conditions or other conclusions.
I think that's what we're hearing is the will of the board. So if you can see to that, I think we'd really appreciate it.
Very well.
And we should invite the anyone who can represent the owner so that they have an opportunity to speak on their behalf.
Thank you.
Okay.
So other than that, I'm not aware of any food vendors. So food vendors, unlike the common victualers, are people who sell food but do not have seating. It's primarily takeout and prepared foods on premises. So other than Reef, I would suggest you vote to renew the licenses for 2022.
Is everyone else okay with that? Great. Okay, so I will move approval with one exception of the food vendor licenses for 2022. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, I think we are to the marijuana retail license renewals. I think the first one up is Com Ave Canna. Now they have not opened, so this is mostly, I think, a housekeeping.
Is this a hearing?
It is not a public hearing.
Okay.
So the issue with Com Ave Canna, as you mentioned, is they've received a license, yet they're still haven't built out and don't have haven't received approval to open. So it's hard to imagine that we could think of any new conditions for this. So I would suggest renewing it with the understanding that we'll have additional processes before they open up.
Any idea when they're projected to open? Have we heard anything? And for those that have not been on the board for an opening of a retail establishment, we typically invite them, and they have worked with our police department to come up with an opening day operational plan, usually surrounding transportation and crowd control.
I believe that they indicated late spring or early summer of 2022.
Okay. Any discussion before we move approval of this existing license? Seeing none, I will move for approval of the license renewal for Com Ave Canna. And we will have another bite at this apple when they come before us with a opening day plan. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next, we are on to Mission. Do we have representatives for Mission Inc.? I see Jennifer Gilbert.
Yes, thank you. If you could also, Devin, promote, I have with me this evening from Mission, Carlo Luckner, the general manager, Keandre Woody, the assistant manager, James McMullen, the project manager and compliance officer, as well as Derek Stewart, the vice president of retail operations. and they're available also to answer questions. But thank you for having us this evening. We're really excited to be here. Mission opened in August of this year. Things have been going really, really well. No concerns or complaints, no issues with the police department. They had a very successful community meeting as well, and have worked with Dr. Lloyd Gelano on their diversity plan, and have discussed with him their updates and their goals and plans for the future. One of the really exciting things in the next month or so, they will be before you looking to add a courier license for their site. And you are familiar with the courier that they will partner with, a Black-owned company, one of the first to start courier in Massachusetts, that has also partnered with NETA and has had a very successful run. You'll hear a little bit about that later in the evening. And so that's a huge step forward to their diversity plan. I'd like to turn it over just briefly to Derek Stewart to make a couple of opening remarks, and then you've got the whole team here to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We genuinely appreciate being on with you tonight for our first ever license renewal with Brookline. So it's been a little while since we opened the store. We opened our doors to our first customer on August 21st of this year. And ever since then, it's been wonderful. The town and the community has been incredibly welcoming to us, our neighbors, our fellow business owners. They couldn't have been more just all-encompassing welcoming to us as we work towards getting those doors open for the first time. So since then, we have seen our business grow. We've seen our team grow a little bit alongside with it. We're seeing so many different people from the community of Brookline, and it's just great. Excuse me, it's great to see all the folks coming in, not just from around the Brookline and Boston areas, but also who are visitors from other states and abroad. We've really appreciated working with both the town, the Brookline Police Department, as well as Dr. Lloyd Gelano to develop further our diversity plans. So I'm happy to answer any questions right now, but again, it's great being on with all of you.
Great. Any questions by select board members? Raul.
Sure. Thanks to all. Derek, if you can tell me, I see you all are committed to the reserve ahead model, which I think is great. How, just curious to know how that's been working out for you. We've talked about reserve ahead versus other models, and I know this is one of the ways to avoid queuing on the public way. I'm just curious to see how that's worked out for you. Are you still seeing the kind of business you'd like to see with that model, and just any other thoughts you have there?
Sure. Thanks, Raul. Everything is going well so far. As Jennifer had mentioned, we are looking to expand our footprint in a delivery area with your green package. But as it relates to the current reserve ahead model, we're having great success with it. We haven't had any complaints or concerns come from our neighboring businesses or any other members of the community since we opened our doors. It is a very manageable system that we have in place. We don't have any concerns as it pertains to queuing on the sidewalk or impeding traffic of, people walking by or on the street itself with moving vehicles or anything like that. No real complaints. No, it's been pretty solid.
All right, great to hear. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Any other comments or questions by Select Bernard?
Yeah, so I'm looking at your diversity plan, and one of the things that I've raised in the past is, diversity of ownership, and we had almost 3,000 pages, and I may be getting a little mixed up in this, but I know you have a stock option program. Could you talk about that in terms of providing equity opportunities for employees, particularly Black and Hispanic employees, to sort of help address the issues that the legalization of cannabis was intended to address?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that question, by the way. And I hate to ruin the surprise, but it's end of year. It's renew review time for our employees. I do have two of them here with me, Carlo and Keandre. They're managers of our stores, but we do offer stock option programs for our employees, and that's been going on for the past several years for us in Massachusetts. And granted that half of our management team are people of color, we're really excited to be offering these new stock options to the team in Brookline. It's a great way to really take hold of the opportunity of, cannabis from within our company. And working alongside Carlo and Keandre has been one of the best privileges of my life so far. I can tell you that, no doubt. And we're just really excited to be able to offer something like that for our staff. And that will only continue to expand as we go along in our business in Brookline. So we'll be offering up tens of thousands of stock options to members of the Brookline team. And they don't know it, but I hope none of them are watching. But so far, Carlo and Keandre will be the recipients of some of those at least.
Okay. Are these restricted stock options or restricted stocks? I mean, how does it work? I mean, do they actually get vested with the stock upon their issuance, or is it something that is performance related or otherwise contingent?
Yeah, so generally the options are granted based on titles. So managers in particular, they'll be assigned a certain amount of options, and those options can have what they call a strike price. So say if the price of the stock is $1 and they have 10,000 options, and then a year from that point, there would be some vesting periods in between that, generally either in periods of 6 months to 1 year, where chunks of those stock options are vested. So let's say that their options could fully vest at a 1 year mark, and that stock goes from $1 to $2. They have the option to buy the stock at the $1 price and retain the second dollar that it had increased over that period of time.
Yeah. How many people are we talking about that qualify for this program? Is it a small group or?
It's currently the management group. So it's about a group of 4 people for Brookline in particular. And then as we go throughout the year, as more of these options begin to come free from the company, those will be distributed further. At least that's what we're aiming for. We really want to be able to spread that, just sense of well-being and oneness with the company and with our community, that it is intended that we move in that direction.
Are there any other questions by select board members? Thank you for going into so much detail about that benefit.
Sorry if it was too long. I know you.
No.
Long night ahead of you.
Very illustrative, and to my knowledge, I don't know if, but I could be completely ignorant on this issue. I'm not aware that other companies in your area are offering that. So very, very interesting. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Not the only one, but this is something I think that we should be pushing, because we want to spread the ownership of these firms, even in this small way, to the Black and Hispanic communities that the statute is intended to benefit because of the impact of criminalization on those communities. So.
Well, thank you for asking about it, Bernard. I learned something. Any other discussion before I move the license renewal? Seeing none, I will move approval of the renewal application and license conditions pertaining to the marijuana retail license held by Mission Cannabis at 1024B as in boy, Commonwealth Avenue. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for making yourselves available here tonight.
Thank you all. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to the next one, Sanctuary Medicinals. I understand that we will have Jeffrey Allen speaking on their.
I'm here. I lost you.
Okay, looks like Heather just dropped off. But Jeffrey, why don't you go ahead and get us
Was it
started?
my name that knocked her off? I hope not.
I think she saw you and she had to run. Why don't you get us started?
Okay, thank you. Could we promote Sophia Haynes, Mr. Josh Shirling, David Kimmel, and Kara Duguay? I might mispronounce the last one wrong. Thank you, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and I welcome back Heather. It's been a good year for Sanctuary in Coolidge Corner. As you know, when we were originally licensed, there was much concern about queuing on the street and whether or not it would, this location would be a nuisance to the pedestrian traffic. And we redesigned the facility to bring all queuing inside. And that has turned out to be a very successful decision. There has been absolutely no complaints about queuing in the public way. There has been no traffic concerns as evidenced by the traffic study. We have submitted. We had a community meeting recently in preparation for the relicensing. And although there was spirited conversation on items such as diversity and what Sanctuary could do for the community at large, there was no concerns expressed at all about queuing or impact. We've been welcomed with open arms by our commercial neighbors. So we view this last year as a success. And we believe we've met all the goals, and we're operating like any other retail establishment in Coolidge Corner. The art gallery has been met with overwhelming accolades as improving the streetscape on Beacon Street and in Coolidge Corner. That has turned out to be a positive. And we've not had any significant incidents with the needed police involvement. And the year has been a success. And I know that members of the board are concerned and interested in our diversity and inclusion efforts. So I'm going to ask Sophia Haynes, she been promoted. Is she here, David? David, you have to unmute.
Thank you, Jeffrey. It's actually Loren.
Loren, oh, I thought when you put Sophia, Loren in my notes that you were telling me to pronounce Sophia like Sophia Loren. I'm sorry.
It's perfectly all right, Jeffrey. I'm not sure Loren is on though.
Okay, so why don't you take us through the diversity outreach that is, and we've submitted along with our application a rather lengthy update on the major approaches for diversification and our hiring practices.
Actually, Jeffrey, I'm going to defer to Loren. I believe
she just joined us. Loren?
Correct.
Hello, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I was having a few technical difficulties, so I missed the beginning of that. We're walking through our D&I efforts. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So do we have Josh Shearing with us from Sanctuary as well?
We were planning on him, but why don't you take the lead?
Yeah, sure. Of course, he should be joining momentarily. So over the course of the year, we've ramped up our recruiting and hiring efforts under the direction of our HR lead, Josh Shearing, who joined roughly the same time I did about 1 year ago. We've hosted more than 10 career fairs at Littleton. We have publicized job opportunities on a variety of recruitment platforms that specifically focus on outreach to diverse populations. We've hired 5 new employees at Brookline specifically over the course of last year, and all 5 are persons of color. And we also recently hired our first D&I coordinator, whom hopefully we'll have the opportunity to meet soon. That was at the end of last month, I believe. And then we have efforts are underway with several other organizations that Josh has been reaching out to ramp up the recruitment. And he can speak more to that too, and particularly if you have questions. I think I just saw him join. Training, we have a number of employee training programs that we have rolled out over the course of last year, including those that focus on unconscious and conscious bias training, anti-bullying, harassment, discrimination training. The cadence of that is monthly. We train our new hires every month. And so Josh has incorporated those trainings into that. And we're continuing to strengthen our trainings and outreach. And again, Josh can speak to that more if you have more questions. One of the things we're really excited to share is that we are launching a mentorship program. It will start early January. I mean, look, we think one of the ways to support diversity in this industry is to help cultivate the skills needed to advance in the industry. And so we're launching an accelerator, which will really serve as a training and mentorship program. We have currently we have 2 internal employees who will take part of that. It launches again in January. It will be over the course of 12 weeks. It's a 12-week intensive during which they'll work side by side with managers from across every department, drawing from the expertise of our staff. It's really, we want to do it right. And so we're piloting the project and hopefully we can roll it out in a bigger way after the first cohort graduates. We have also launched a diversity committee, a D&I committee internally to really focus on how we can improve all of the work that we're doing in this space. We think we've made a lot of progress last year, but we know we can do better. We want to do better. We're a pretty lean team at Sanctuary, but we think it's important to try to engage as many colleagues across the company in these efforts. Partnerships and community. I mean, we've just done a tremendous amount of work and, I want to be mindful of everyone's time. And frankly, I don't know how much time we have. We're a member of the Brookline community, and we really think we have a responsibility to give back to the community in which we operate, Brookline and everywhere we operate, frankly. And that includes everything from supporting local businesses and nonprofits, national nonprofits, local organizations, local businesses. The biggest, I think one of the biggest things we've done, and you're familiar with this already, but is our support of the Beacon Street Gallery, which focuses on rotating exhibits from an array of local and regional artists whose work explores themes of race, class, identity, culture, and more. We've invested a lot in this space, and we work very closely with the organization to make sure that the artist's work is really representative of a wide array of topics, particularly as it relates to D&I. We have done a lot with the Brookline Food Pantry. We've collected, I think, over 8,000 pounds of canned and non-perishable food since January of this year. If you've been to our location, and hopefully some, if not all of you have, we have a drop-off site in the front of our location, and we make those deliveries every week. We do point of sale donations on an ongoing basis, and we rotate through a variety of nonprofits, again, both local and national, that we think are, worthwhile to highlight. We wish we could do them all. We hope to do more, but we're trying to do what we can. This summer, we had a number of artists performing in our location. We kept it inside to make sure that, we didn't have too much traffic or commotion outside, because we know that's important to the community. We worked with DJ Wysham, who is, I would say, probably one of Boston's premier African-American DJs. We've hosted her a number of times. We've had other artists and DJs in our dispensary, again, in an effort to highlight local artists and musicians. Again, we want to give back to the community. We want to support local artists. We do think it's a differentiator for us in the way that we give back to the community. And again, want to continue doing more, and always open to and look forward to recommendations from folks on the call. I can go through the laundry list again. I want to be mindful of time here, so I can go through. I have a huge list of all the organizations we've supported, the monetary contributions made. Happy to go.
Loren, I'll just interrupt.
Wait, you can't see. I'm sorry, my video's off.
No worries. So I would prefer for to allow the board to ask questions, and if one of the questions happens to be to go into that detail, then you can do that.
No problem.
I would like to add one thing, because it's at our community meeting, we were challenged by Deborah Brown to come up with some sort of local scholarship program. And we adopted, this just happened a couple of weeks ago. David Kimmel has been in touch with her as frequently and as late as today. We're trying to work out such a scholarship program, and we tentatively targeted it for March because that's when college acceptance comes out, and we want to be on the ground rolling with that. So that would be just a local program to some degree, but we're still working out we're working out all the details. It just came up, but we embraced that idea, and it would be for a diverse community.
Great. Miriam and then Bernard.
Great, thank you. And just so you know, Lorraine, we have in the packet, we have a list of all of the things you're talking about. So we can see that. And my question is, what I find interesting and helpful is this mentorship program, this 12-week program. So I have two questions. You talked about 5 new hires. I'd really like to know how many of those are in management. Like, you know, to me, it is about elevating individuals. Sure. And then the second question that I have is, so now those folks have gone through a 12-week, you know, just projecting the future, they've gone through a 12-week mentorship program. They've got management experience. They understand the program. I'd love to see some forward thinking and not just for you, in general. You know, the big issue is always access to capital. So how do you then take it to the next step? How do you help these individuals get access to capital so that they can go out and actually use what it is they've gained in the mentorship program? So those are just two things I'm thinking about.
Sure. So in reverse order, so it's an internal program. So our hope is that they stay with Sanctuary, and, you know, if everything goes well, they would have the opportunity to work in a department of wherever they're interested, whether it's the kitchen, trim, marketing, communications, et cetera, et cetera. So we would love for them to stay with us. I think once the program is external, and I think that we would love to try to make it external as well as internal as soon as possible. There would be some type of stipend to help support them as they go out into the world and hopefully launching their own cannabis business. But we'd love to, when we're trying to cultivate talent, we'd love to keep them within our own company. And again, the folks who are going through this first will be internal.
And that, I get that. And that's exactly, but we all know at some point if they don't have the opportunity to rise up to the C-suite, they're going to go out, right? We know that if you know, people either go up or go out. That's what happens, right? So, but a stipend and access to capital are two very different things. So I just want to change the conversation a little bit.
Sure.
Because you can train them all you want. If people don't have access to capital, they can't do anything with it beyond what they're doing. So I want us to think bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just on you, it's on all of us.
Yeah, of course. Look, we know it's not just Sanctuary. This is industry wide, and we all have a responsibility to this. And we're all working to make this industry more hospitable to and supportive of those of us who can't go to Chase Bank and get a small business loan because it's just not an option. We understand that. And it's a great point. And it's something I think that we should take into consideration more seriously, particularly as it relates to external candidates who come into this program. And look, I mean, I can pay lip service and tell you we're gonna do all these things, but we want to pilot this. Like, I'm not going to put my name against it or do this if I don't do it right. And if we don't support it in the right way. So we want to get it right. We want to work out the kinks. We have a few folks, again, going through it. And then after that, ideally, it will become a bigger program. But I've worked on these in my previous life before I entered this wild and wonderful industry. And if we try to do too big, too much at once, the program isn't successful. So we want to get it right. But I hear you on the capital, and it's obviously an industry-wide problem. And it's something that I think that we all need to collaborate on and work on together.
Loren, do you mind if I add something?
Please.
Thank you. This is David Kimmel. I work closely with and under Josh and Loren on diversity and inclusion. Miriam, I just wanted to say one more thing to Loren's point, please. We've been, as Loren pointed out, been struggling to find a pathway for these folks who are going to be guided through the educational process of learning about the cannabis industry. One of the hurdles that we've come up against is that any investor who's going to bring money to the table, of course, wants to invest in people with a proven track record. So we are trying to find that balance between how we can train these people so that they can instill the kind of confidence in these investors that will then open the coffers to allowing them to get funding. there is absolutely an appetite on our part to come together with the state to find resources as well as the industry so that these folks can draw down those resources, if you will, that cash, to at least give them a foothold in the industry. But as Loren correctly pointed out, it's a bit of a chicken and egg issue because, again, you have to give the investor confidence that whomever they're going to invest in is capable, of course, of being successful.
Thank you. Bernard.
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, I want to say something nice about Sanctuary. I was in the gallery a couple days ago, and it's a very nice operation. And when I was there, there were pop-up vendors who were Black businesses providing their wares in the gallery. And I think that that is a example of a sort of creative way to provide opportunities for smaller businesses who may not have the ability to rent here in Brookline or find the cost for capital investments to start up a regular business that's not a pop-up store. So anyways, I think that that was great, and thank you for that. Okay, now the negative. The idea of a college scholarship, which is directed at high school students, I think is very problematic in terms of sort of going into the high schools and making cannabis sort of a normalizing cannabis for underage peoples. So I think you need to rethink that or think it through very carefully. I mean, there are other ways of doing it. For example, hitting college students as opposed to high school students. But I think high school students creates a huge amount of problems that you don't want to be getting into. Okay, secondly, following up on Miriam's discussion of raising the issue of access to capital. I mean, that is an important issue. I think it's going to require ultimately, some capital from the industry to actually finance, some of these mentees that you're developing to get into the business, which has very, very high barriers to entry. And related to that, in your application, I think at the diversity plan, actually, it says a CEO is responsible for auditing your diversity plan, including information on diverse group investment, equity ownership, and other ownership or employment opportunities initiated or promoted by Sanctuary. So I'd like to just get an understanding of what you mean by diverse group investment. I mean, it sounds interesting. And what type of equity ownership you are encouraging. I mean, is it in the form of stock options and other compensation that provides a way into ownership by your employees, or what?
As it relates to the CEO auditing the diversity plan, I know that we meet with him, particularly Josh.
No, I'm not concerned about the CEO.
Okay.
I think that's important.
You led with that, so okay. Understood.
But I just want to know what it is that he's auditing that is diverse group investment and equity ownership primarily.
Well, as it relates to diverse investment, and David, you might have some thoughts on this as well. I think the way that was written was intended to support organizations who are focused on issues that impact diverse communities. David, do you have anything more to say on that front?
Thank you. Two things, please. Bernard, always good questions. Thank you. The CEO and particularly the executive officers of the company have made a concerted outreach to investors who are by and large minorities within the community. So we have, as investors within our organization, more than just old white men. We have people of color, we have a significant number of women, and we also have veterans who are investors within the company. To your other point, though, I didn't want to let it slip by, and thanks for the comment on the high school and the scholarship program. It's very interesting because you must have been reading my email to Ms. Brown today, because that was
Oh,
exactly
no,
what I pointed out
absolutely
there.
not.
And I said that as much as we are in complete support of trying to get people at a youthful age on a guided pathway towards a sustainable career, we did point out to her, both in the community meeting and again in writing today, that that has to be carefully looked at. The last thing we want is to encourage the use of consumption anywhere below 21 years of age.
Thank you for addressing that. Any other questions? Raul?
Sure, and this can be a relatively brief answer, and I'll try to keep the question brief too. First of all, I appreciate you all engaging with us in such a meaningful way around this. And I know I don't know what this looks like in other communities, but I think what you see here is despite our differences on other issues, that on this issue, this board has been really united about making sure that that we're focused as a community on doing what we thought was going to happen in the first place when cannabis was legalized, and to make sure that that equity, racial equity in particular, was a central focus of the benefits of legalization. So I appreciate you all taking the homework assignment seriously, and I think the fact that we have multiple dispensaries in Brookline allows for a kind of pro-social competition in this area, right? And so, I do see a lot that you're doing that, frankly, I'd like to see, or at least hear that maybe they are doing this, but I haven't heard about some of the other dispensaries, coming up with not just such a robust plan, but the kind of implementation and the, having a point person around D&I and all that kind of stuff. So, which leads me to just the only question I have, and it can be a brief response, which is, even as your competitors with one another in this space, are you collaborating? And if not, is that something that it's certainly something I'd like to see is, basically Miriam's comments earlier, I think were really important about, thinking through how the businesses that we do have in Brookline, as your collaborators with us as a community, are also collaborating with each other, at least in this, in addressing those issues that, basically everyone, Bernard, others on the board have brought up.
So if I may, Raul, you must have also been reading my email today to Ms. Brown, because I asked her the very same question. I said that Josh Shearing, Loren, and myself are really interested in finding a way to bring the other Brookline dispensaries to the table as it relates to this scholarship program. We believe that Sanctuary, in fact, I know, it's not that I believe, I know that Sanctuary has a robust appetite to address this. We do believe genuinely that while the ultimate goal is to fund these individuals into the cannabis industry, you can't allow anybody to run a business unless they fully understand it from the ground floor up. Having said that, and again, to your point, we, Sanctuary, reached out to Ms. Brown and said, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get the other 3 cannabis dispensaries to join us in this initiative? This initiative being, of course, to create a fund, a scholarship fund, for those who ideally are getting money from being once incarcerated by the so-called demon weed, who now can, in fact, have a sustainable career path in that which put them into prison to begin with. Furthermore, one other thing I'd like to add, please, just for your understanding, the mentorship program that we are discussing, while it has taken us a little time to bring it to fruition, we are terribly excited about not only the candidates who are going to be participating in the program, but ultimately, and admittedly, and in complete candor, it may sound a little bit like crystal ball, pie in the sky, but we'd like to figure out a way to create a hybrid class to take into the prison systems so that by and large, these prisoners who have been incarcerated from either selling or using drugs have a pathway while still in prison to learn about the industry, and then to actually, once released, records expunged, come to Sanctuary for hands-on training. So that's something else that we're seriously interested in doing, and understand the linkage and why it's so important.
I would point out, Dr. Fernandez, that after we had our community meeting and Ms. Brown brought up her idea, Jennifer Gilbert and I had a very brief conversation about a collaborative effort, and we decided we'd get through the relicensing and then we would talk more because this has all happened in the last couple of weeks. But so there has been the very beginning of potential for that.
And if I can add, Raul, Dr. Fernandez, as I just learned, look, I mean, we can't do this in a vacuum. And of course we have competitors in this space, but I also think that we're not going to solve these problems unless we collaborate and, you know, strengthen numbers. And again, I'm relatively new to the industry, but in just a lot of the outreach I've done and some of the networking events I've gone to, I do know it's a topic of conversation as to how can we work together and what kind of programs can we launch. And you said it, you know, every community is different. So the outreach that we do in Brookline looks different than the outreach we do in Gardner, for example. And I think that's part of how we try to approach this, is how do we work with the communities in which we operate, because all of their needs are very different based on, you know, the composition of the towns. So it is something, I think, again, zooming out, that those of us who are focused on this and thinking about this are trying to collaborate. And again, always open to ideas and suggestions, but that the onus is on us, obviously, in this industry, not on you or the residents to help us with that. But again, we welcome collaboration both within the industry and the community too. So I just don't think we're going to make a tremendous amount of progress if we're all doing this in our silos.
I'll just say briefly, and I'll throw it back to you, Heather, is that, you know, I welcome the collaborative spirit, and if you could use a thought partner who's on the board, I'd be happy to be involved in any way. And in when you all get together and gather and think through these things, you know, I'd be happy to donate my time to help out with that.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that. We welcome that.
I also don't want to put her on the spot, but I want to highlight that we have a cannabis mitigation advisory committee chaired ably by Miriam Ashkenazi. So I'm wondering whether or not there's a way to maybe facilitate convening the 4 retailers through that body, along with, you know, Raul's offer to help. So
I love that idea. And
yeah.
Miriam, you're the primary point for that. Okay.
Yeah. So we will we'll try to at least you know, create an environment where anyone can participate, and hopefully we'll get 100% participation. So thank you. I would be remiss if I did not vote the language that you are here for. So any objections before I move the language? Seeing none, I will move approval of the renewal application and license conditions pertaining to the marijuana retail license held by Sanctuary Medicinals at 1351 Beacon Street. All those
Heather,
in
I'm
favor?
sorry, I didn't know. Were you intending to take public comment, or did you already do that?
These are not public
No,
hearings,
they're not.
so.
No, you're right.
But if somebody wants to speak, I said in the Q&A to let
Okay.
Devin know, and I have not been alerted that anybody has indicated.
Thank you.
So if that changes, please do let me know. I've got one eye on my personal cell phone because my sister is in labor.
That's exciting.
Thanks. So I moved the language. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your support and collaboration.
And last but certainly not least, Netta.
Hello, everybody. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert here on behalf of NETA. I have quite a few people I'd like to be promoted, not because they're all going to speak. Don't get worried, but we have some fantastic new people on our management team that I want to introduce, and just want to make sure that we have everybody to answer any particular questions. So I would need Tiffany Frazier, who is our new HR director, James Jackson, who is our new social equity director, Michaela Bell, who many of you know, she's our community engagement director, and she's been with NETA for quite some time. Scott Murphy is the new compliance director. And then Lauren Berm, you've met, she is the VP for community relations. And then you don't have to promote these folks, but I just wanted to note that Brad Doyle will be starting soon. You had approved him as the new president. And John Bogdan, you've met, who's the local GM at the store. So they're also available. So just briefly, you all are very familiar with NETA and its operations. They've been operating as a medical RMD since 2016, began their adult use retail sales in March of 2019, and have had a very, very successful run, bringing in over $1.4 million in impact fees through the HCA to the town, and more than $1 million in additional to the local sales tax as well. And James Jackson's going to speak to you. We know that diversity and inclusion is very important, and he's been working on some really exciting new ideas and new programs that he'll speak to you about in a minute. But we've also updated the diversity data and provided a breakdown of the various employees and their backgrounds, and we've provided that to Lloyd Jelenow and James Jackson. Lauren Berm have been meeting with him and discussing with him and getting feedback from him. In addition, I just want to note that, as you know, Your Green Package, which is a Black minority-owned company, is the courier for NETA. That's for adult use sales. Now, NETA has been making medical deliveries for quite some time, and 30%, approximately 30% of all of their medical sales are now done by delivery. And that's been really, really beneficial for folks that are immune compromised, that can't get out of the house. And during the pandemic, that was vital for the medical patients to have that. Now, adult use delivery right now makes up approximately 20% of adult use sales. And between those two delivery models, it's really cut down on the foot traffic at the store, which some neighbors are really glad about. It's also cut down on the driving to the site, which has pretty much eliminated many of the traffic and parking problems that we heard about when NETA was the only game in town, and they were seeing, you know, upwards of 3,000 customers a day. So things have changed. Things have changed because of delivery. Things have changed because of the pandemic, and things have changed because over 24 stores have opened in the greater Boston area. So the market is a little bit different now. So without further ado, we're all here to answer questions, but I want to turn it over to James Jackson to talk a little bit about the diversity initiatives that he's involved in.
Yeah. Good evening. Appreciate the time this evening and being here today. Specifically, not so much going to talk so much about our diversity initiatives, more so specifically our social equity initiatives, which just want to make clear are two separate and different things, right? But to be clear, you know, social equity and what it means is you know, giving back to and making sure that communities, specifically Black and Brown communities that have been most harmed by the prohibition of cannabis, have the opportunity to participate in such a lucrative industry, right? And essentially what I'm discussing today, I mean, that is my role at Parallel, ultimately parent company of NETA, is I am the Senior Director of Social Equity. My lifelong mission is finding ways to bridge the gap and build wealth in the Black and Brown communities through cannabis, right? So, you know, just really here to highlight some of the things that we've been working on, some of the actions that we've been taking in the social equity space. And I think social equity can be kind of broken into two different conversations, which is there's intent, right? Which I think everybody has the intent. And since being on this call, I've noticed that everybody has the intent to, you know, be conscious and make sure that diversity is on the forefront and social equity is part of the conversation. But I think there comes a point where you actually have to take action in that space, right? So these are specifically some of the actions that we've been taking to make sure that not only are we checking the box, because that's not what we're looking to do, but specifically that this is on the forefront of everything that we do at Netta, right? So specifically, we've created and really taken a deep dive into our supplier diversity program since I've been a part of Netta, and we have brought on 4 wholesale relationships that are minority-owned, diversity-owned businesses in the Massachusetts area. First one of those being Major Bloom, the next one being Freshly Baked, which is a minority and veteran-owned company and women-owned company, Just Incredible Cultivation, as well as Legal Green. These are companies that we have wholesale relationships with, meaning we are supplying them with products. And oftentimes we are purchasing products from them to be able to put on our shelves. And just to be clear, when I say we're purchasing products from them, we are purchasing their products. We're not white labeling those products and putting those in Netta bags. We are purchasing those products with the intention to be able to highlight those brands, right? And put those brands on our shelves and actually create a portion. We are in the process of creating portion of our menu that highlights those social equity, those diverse owned brands, so our consumers know exactly where to go when they're looking to support those brands. I think in addition, I really just wanted to talk about some of the things that we're doing. Also, I think it's one thing to support companies that are already established, right, and that are there. And just to be clear, when we say support, not only are we highlighting these brands, but we also are giving them preferential pricing. We're also giving them preferential terms, right? We know it's hard. Cannabis industry is not an easy industry, specifically for those that come from the Black and brown community, specifically those that don't have access to a lot of capital, right? So we've been making sure that we provide those net 60, net 30-day terms to allow those operators a longer time to pay us back, to pay forward, so that they have the opportunity to really grow their business and concentrate on their cash flow, right? Another thing, that I really wanted to highlight that I'm proud of, that, I created with the support of Netta, is we hosted recently a pitch competition in New Orleans at Black CannaCon, where we were the largest sponsor. So Black CannaCon, this is the second year hosted in New Orleans. It's essentially where you have, the folks who in the cannabis industry, just to be clear, are the minority, right? 4% of the cannabis industry, they say now, which I think may be a little high, is owned by Black and brown individuals, right? So that event is essentially all of the folks that are in the industry that are diverse, coming together under one roof and kind of learning from one another. So what we were able to do there was host a pitch competition. That pitch competition, we had 40 companies come to New Orleans to pitch in front of us. A process that, was amazing, just from the standpoint of not only the winners, but I think the people that were part of this competition, the valuable things that they learned in the process from the experienced folks from the cannabis industry and other industries, the connections that were made from those individuals to other people, to funding, to other resources that they might not have had otherwise, I think is the larger goal that we accomplished there. But just to highlight, I do want to be, very mindful of time here, but just to highlight the winner of that pitch competition was given $5,000. We are giving them the opportunity to come to Massachusetts and tour our cultivation, extraction, and of course retail facilities, Brookline being one of them. And I think the biggest thing that we have to highlight here is we're giving and hosting a 2-day seminar for that group with our legal, HR, and accounting teams, right? Like the amount of value that has, them getting that type of expertise, things that they wouldn't have to pay for, what would cost them a lot of money otherwise for a diversity owned startup, would be difficult. And we're going to be doing that in mid-January. So, listen, I'm really excited to be here, and just to be clear, I've spent my life fighting for social equity. And frankly, I wouldn't have come over to Parallel and been part of the Netta team if I didn't feel like this was something that from the top down is bought into. And when I say top down, I mean from the CEO down to every individual at our company believes in social equity and the things that we're doing in the space. And I know this because everything that I've brought forward thus far has been supported. And, you know, I'll pretty much stop there. I'd love to take any and all questions, but I do appreciate your time this evening. And you know, look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you very much. Your enthusiasm really really carries through, and I appreciated it as the hour grows later. Miriam and then Bernard.
Fantastic. I mean, to me, this is what we're talking about, right? This is, you're thinking, you know, up the food chain, you're thinking down the food chain, you're thinking, how do we, you know, how do we pull people up? How do we push people forward? You know, I think C-suite buy-in is imperative. It sounds like that you have that, but I just think the way you're thinking about this is, how do I say this? It's so much more than this, you know, this shellac of bias. It's looking at the structures and the systems. And so I really appreciate that. So I think this is great. This is where collaborating with Sanctuary and some of the other, you know, there are things that you guys can learn from each other. They can really, I think, learn some of this from, you know, how to think about this. From what you guys are doing. I mean, and still, obviously, we have a lot more to do in terms of capital, and getting all four of you together is a great way to think about, you know, real capital. But, you know, these initiatives are fantastic. I'm very excited to hear them. Thank you.
And I do want to say, you know, just to be clear, like, I come here with this enthusiasm today to show what we've done, but also to say that we have the commitment to do so much more. Like, what we've done is great, right? It's good. But we have a lot more to do. And we do look forward to doing things, you know, holistically. And those that do have, I think, a like-minded vision towards what this should look like, I don't see a reason that we couldn't be open to collaboration that makes sense for us and other organizations involved.
Thank you. If I may put forward a word that came to mind as Miriam was kind of searching for one, authentic. I found it to be very authentic, the initiatives that you were rattling off. Bernard and then John.
Yeah, I guess the word I'd use is concrete. So, I mean, and of course we have to see how strong that concrete is, but you did give us some concrete things that you're doing, and not just platitudes. So, couple things, and this is, I don't know who should answer this, but so I was reading through your materials and I got to the financial statement, and then I saw this thing called SH Parent. And then I went to footnote 20 to try to understand, you know, who owns who, and particularly who owns Netta. And frankly, my head started spinning. So I don't want to, you know, don't want you to explain that now, but I would like someone from Netta to give us a chart of the ownership of, you know, the Netta conglomerate, because I think that that's important for us in understanding exactly who we're dealing with, and make sure that, you know, when we see something happening in, let's say, Georgia, we understand, you know, the possible implications of that for Brookline. So that's just a request for, you know, something in the future.
So we can provide that. We'll provide that. Yep.
And can I just add one thing? I'm sorry, Mr. Green, I just wanted to say, Lauren Berm, you know, to your point about Netta and Parallel being a big conglomerate, yes, we certainly are a multi-state operator, but we have a whole local team that's right here in Massachusetts, including myself, and I lead all of our external affairs. I'm in Brookline a lot. I work closely with the team. We have John on the call right now, who has a new general manager. So, you know, we might have a corporate headquarters, but we do have a very big presence in Massachusetts, including Brookline, and we're super proud of that. So just wanted to flag that for
but,
you.
I mean, our job as a licensor, licensing agency, is to make sure we understand, you know, that bigger picture. Not just that, you know, you have people here in Brookline.
Of course. Yep.
But
So we'll get that to you.
The other thing that is related to questions I've asked before, and that is, you know, what type of employee ownership programs do you have? I see that you granted 892,000 Class A voting shares to your CEO in the form of restricted stock units. I guess I'd like to know what type of programs you have for just regular employees to give them an opportunity to own a little piece of the company. I mean, that's just a small part of the issue, but I think an important part. So I know you have a program, but tell us how that program works to give people an opportunity to actually be owners of.
Yeah, sure. There's a hybrid plan and there's a better together plan. And I think, Tiffany, do you want to explain those, or would you like Kevin to?
Absolutely, I can definitely jump on that. So there's a hybrid stock awards program that issues RSUs out to, and that's really for our salaried associates. So there's a target percentage depending upon level, all the way up from our executive levels down to our individual contributors that are issued as a part of the performance management cycle on an annual basis. So that's that. And then for our hourly associates, there is the Better Together program, where essentially there's a percentage of the employee's annual salary, typically in between the 7 and 10% range, that is issued to the hourly employee in the form of a restricted stock units.
Great.
And can you give us a sense of the numbers or percentages of employees at particularly who are people of color who participate in this program?
So, I mean, the estimated number of percentages is about, that particular program encompasses about 60 to 65% of our employee population. And then of that, we're about 20 to 30% of the minority and diverse population of our company.
John?
Thanks again. I just want to say I feel good tonight about what we've heard tonight. I feel good about the progress that's being made. I feel good about the fact that this board, including, I'll single out Bernard Green, our former chair, we were upfront with people that we weren't happy with how marijuana cannabis licensing was turning out in Brookline in its early manifestations. And we took some blame on ourselves, which was appropriate, but we didn't just wallow in that blame. We decided we were going to do something about it. And this has been unanimous on the board. And I include our former colleague, Nancy Heller, as well, that as soon as we became fully conscious of some of the deficiencies of the program that we put in motion, we started to pressure these applicants as to what they would do to recognize the needs for equity and to respond to the need for equity in concrete ways, not with just language, not with just gestures, but real participation, real increase in representation in the employee ranks and in the management ranks and in the participation through benefits from the profit being made by these companies. And we're seeing the fruits of that pressure. But we're also seeing that we've got some companies here that I think are trying hard to be better. And I like that. And I hope it continues. And I hope it continues and then is added to in the not too distant future by the presence on the local scene of some homegrown, as I like to say, mom and pop, smaller scale, spring up from the neighborhoods of Brookline and Boston, entrepreneurs getting into the business for the first time, becoming successful because they have learned from the big players. But I want to see some small players who then become big players. And I think that's the next phase of the improvement that we need to see in Brookline. And I want people to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before I move the language to be approved for license renewal? Seeing none, I will move approval of the renewal application and license conditions pertaining to the marijuana retail and medical marijuana treatment center licenses held by New England Treatment Access, LLC, otherwise known as NETA, at 160 Washington Street, Chelsea. Oh boy. Thank you. Director of Operational Compliance. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps our license renewals. So now we are going to have a robust conversation about the financial forecast and the capital improvement program, brought to us by Melissa Goff and Justin Casanova Davis.
I was just going to make some introductory comments and then turn it over to Melissa and Justin. And I appreciate your willingness to move the agenda around. I think it's important that we give focus to this discussion this evening, as it really represents the initial formal discussion of the FY23 budget. And that takes part in two parts, I should say. One is the financial forecast, which is the first and preliminary assessment of the town's financial or budgetary condition in FY23. It's early, but it's important for everyone to understand the scale of the issues that we're dealing with for FY23. And then the second part is actually a little bit more advanced at this point, and that's the capital improvement plan, CIP we refer to, and that exists in actual recommendations for projects, at least for fiscal 23, and then programs them in the 5 or 6 years that follow that. The one point I wanted to make before you hear the presentation is that it's ironic that despite the very significant federal funding that we have in the ARP, as well as a very strong state revenues, that doesn't translate to the town's operating budget. And the fact of the matter is that the ARP funding is limited as to how much and what purposes it can be used for general government expenses. And of course, it's limited in time as well. So it's not an ongoing revenue that we can rely on. And you'll see when we talk a little bit about the school budget request, the impact that using the prior federal grant, which was referred to as CARES, can really put us under the gun or in a hole as we go forward and try to replicate that revenue that isn't there anymore. So with that, I just want to say that we have a long way to go. We are looking for the board's input, certainly beginning tonight and at other times, at other board meetings, facilitated at the school town partnership that we intend to convene throughout the budget process, and at a budget forum, public budget forum that we are thinking about. Last year, as you remember, we had a little educational forum. This year, I think we want to get more input, and maybe we'll use some of the same techniques that's being used with the ARP engagement process. But at this time, I would like to thank Melissa and Justin for their work so far on the budget, and they'll be presenting the details to you this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. I'm just going to start my slide presentation. So this is just an overall summary of what is in the forecast. So the themes here are that collective bargaining and employee benefits are putting pressure on town and school budgets. That shouldn't be a big surprise because most of the funding that is in our financial plan is for employees, whether it be personnel costs in departmental budgets or within the employee benefit line items. Local receipts are showing some signs of recovery, but not full recovery. So they continue to lag going into fiscal 23. The way that we are currently looking at the budget shows a town deficit of approximately $1.6 million and a school deficit of $6.6 million. Some of the school cost pressures are seeking some restorations through COVID. I think everyone may be remembering at the end of the year, as we were approving the fiscal 23 budget, that we talked a lot about the use of ESSER money to balance the budget for the schools in fiscal 22. They are looking to have some coverage of that structural gap in going into fiscal 23. So that puts a lot of pressure on the budget. They're also looking for some funding for strategic initiatives. And then obviously they have collective bargaining pressures as well. For the town, we also put in an assumption of certain level of restorations of COVID reductions. Now, obviously, given that we have a deficit to close, we won't be able to do a lot of it, but we'll see what we're able to manage. Then we also have our collective bargaining, our pension and OPEB also continues to put pressure on the budget as well. So the primary assumptions that we have in the forecast is we've got a property tax projection, assuming we're going to be raising the levy, the full amount every year. And then we have an assumption for new growth. So right now, new growth for the next 3 years in the plan assumes $2.5 million. And then in the out years, it's a little bit less. It's $1.8 million. Currently for state aid, we're assuming a 3% increase. And then we are also assuming a $25 per pupil amount for Chapter 70. As you might recall, we are what's called a minimum aid community, and that we've reached kind of the level of commitment that the state has said that every community at the very minimum would have. So any growth that we would see in Chapter 70 would be from inflationary growth applied to the Chapter 70 formula, or if there was an increase in enrollment that we would see from the $25 per pupil amount. Local receipts, we have a 3% growth going into fiscal 23, and then we have some additional growth in the out years in some of the other accounts that have not fully rebounded. In terms of expenditures, I talked a little bit about the assumptions around the COVID restorations. For health insurance, we have an assumption of a 5% increase from 23 to 27. In fiscal 23, I've actually increased the subscribers on the town side to 20. Given that we have a lot of vacancies, particularly in public safety, we increased the assumption for new enrollees going into the next year. Pensions, we are still following our schedule that was set as of 2020. We'll get a new schedule as of January in 2022, and that will set the next 2 years after that. Our current rate of return assumption is 7.2%. We have a 2.5% collective bargaining assumption for fiscal years 23 and 24. As you recall, at town meeting, we were able to fund a 1% collective bargaining reserve for fiscal 22. And so we were able to acknowledge and bump up that estimate for 23 and 24. We are continuing the funding for OPEBs. We had paused that for 2 years due to COVID. And then we're continuing our policies around the CIP, free cash, and reserves. This is just a slide that we use to kind of show some of the history and how we've been able to kind of close the gap in years past. Obviously, COVID has disrupted the 19 through 21 period, and the fiscal 22 is the beginning of the recovery. So this is a blizzard of numbers, which we'll go back to at the end of the presentation, but essentially it shows the pressure here where we've got a 3.4% growth in revenue and a 5.8% growth in expenditures, causing our structural deficit. And so you can see what that translates that to in town and school. And then obviously that pressure builds on the out years until we close our budget gap in each individual year. I'm going to turn it over to Justin for the revenue piece.
So good evening. In this chart, you can see that property taxes accounts for about 75% of the general fund revenue. You'll see the other revenue sources, state aid, local receipts, free cash. I'd like to point out local receipts, which is 6.6%. In previous years, for the fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, the average actually for local receipts was about 9.1%. So for a community like Brookline, local receipts can be both good and bad. Obviously, with economic issues in the pandemic, we've had to reduce local receipts quite significantly. But a lot of other municipalities within the Commonwealth aren't so reliant upon local receipts. So both good and bad for the town. In fiscal year 23, you see that 3.5% increase, $10.9 million. We'll dive into these numbers as we move forward, but you'll notice the decrease in state aid, and that's largely because of the MSBA reimbursement and free cash, $1.2 million, 8.8 for property taxes. The next slide will break that down. So in fiscal year 23, we're property taxes increased about 3.4%, so $9.18 million. To break it out, you'll see that we have our Prop 2.5 increase, so that's 2.5% increase is about $6.3 million. We have new growth of $2.5 million in 2023, projecting 2.5 in 2024 and 25, and then 26, 27, we're a little more conservative, about $1.8 million. That leads us to our levy limit, which is 260. And our debt exclusion was $20.6 million. We'll touch base on this on the next chart. I'd like to highlight the debt exclusion numbers. If you look at, for this year, 2023 is $20.6 million. Look at 2026 and 2027, it's about $36.9 million. It's quite expansive. This next chart will dive into that a little bit. So this chart outlines debt exclusions. And 2023, we've got the Florida Rough and Ridley, high school borrowing, Newberry College. Also, in 2023, we're expecting that payment for the Driscoll School geothermal. The Department of Revenue approved our request to increase the debt exclusion of $4.9 million for that project. So that will come online in 2023. 2024, we're expecting the first borrowings of the fire station renovations and the Pierce School. About 7.3% as a percentage of levy, but as I noted before, if you look at 2026 and 2027, debt exclusion is about 11% of the percentage of the levy. So it's quite a large jump, something to keep note of and focus on. So in state aid, fiscal year 23, as Melissa said, we're expecting 3% increase in UGA and about $25 per pupil. We are a minimum aid community. As I mentioned, you see in 2023, there's it looks like a reduction, which it is, and that's largely because of the reimbursement figure was $434,000 that's rolling off fiscal year 23. For local receipts, we're anticipating an increase of $792,000. That's 3.1%. We have $125,000 increase in Medicare reimbursement and $350,000 assumed. We'll update that in November like we typically do. I want to point out a few things here. Particularly in parking and court fines, we're projecting $2 million. If you'll note in 2025 and so on, we're anticipating a little bit more growth in the future years for parking. You'll notice in department and other as well, you'll see a little jump there as well. That's because we're expecting parking fines and the parking meter revenue, which comes out of the department and other, to increase at that point. And that you'll see that jump in 2025 about the percentage increase, but we're being conservative in other fiscal years. So in other available funds, we're expecting an increase of $229,000. Largely these reimbursements from our enterprise funds. There's not really much going on in these funds. You'll see this $1 million decrease in 2022. That's largely focused on the parking meter revenue that we exchanged in 2022. And this is, I'll throw it back to Melissa for free cash.
So free cash, we actually were really fortunate to have a strong free cash certification at the close of fiscal 21, $14.2 million. So that was really helpful in terms of addressing our unfunded, our undesignated fund balance, but then also supporting the CIP because there's a lot of cost pressures on the CIP, which you'll see after this presentation. So the recommendation is to leave 6.1 million to address the fund balance issue, 2.6 of that to leave unappropriated, and then 3.5 to actually put into the stabilization fund to support fund balance. And then following the water flow for the rest of the priorities within the budget, the reserve fund would get $732,000. The liability fund would get $132,000. Both of these are tied to targets of 1% of prior year net revenue. So that's what these two accounts would need to hit those targets. The CIP uses free cash to get to 7.5% of prior year net revenue. That generates $4.4 million to support the CIP. The Affordable Housing Trust, whatever is available after addressing these first buckets, they get the Affordable Housing Trust Fund gets 15% of what's left. That generates $427,000. And then after all of those buckets are satisfied, we can go back and look at other liabilities or other areas of the budget that need support, recommending that the entirety of this go to support the CIP. And I think once you see the funding requests that are in the CIP, you'll understand why that recommendation is being made. Just wanted to show you what we think the projection for fund balance is, given the infusion of funding in fiscal 22 and what we are recommending for 23. So we landed fiscal 21 at 8.53, which is actually an improvement over fiscal 20. Fiscal 20 was 8.04% for undesignated fund balance. We are projecting, given what we had put in for fiscal 22, that we should be somewhere around 8.94%. And if we continue with that plan and put the 3.5 million in the stabilization fund, we think we'll get back to the 10.3%, which then would comply with our fiscal policies. So this is just a snapshot of the general fund so that you can see that the bulk of our general fund is salaries and benefits. And then we debt service is obviously the next biggest category within the budget as well. This is a slide that we use to try and articulate the amount of funding within the budget that is going towards education. And so we take some reporting that's done at the end of the year for the school reporting. And we basically try to project that into the fiscal 22 budget. So doing that exercise gives us an education budget of 60.8%. This is a summary of the increases in expenditures over the years. So the school department has requested a $9.6 million growth to their budget. Given that that's more than what the levy is growing, it's going to be extremely challenging to meet that. And we'll have to talk about what other funding sources might be available to support these requests. Same issue with town departments. Obviously, the town currently is showing a deficit of $1.5 million. That means we have some work to do to get to balance. So some of the projections that we have in there for growth may not be able to be met. Our benefits budget is growing by $4 million. Our special appropriations are growing by 1.3. And then our debt service is growing by 1.6. And then miscellaneous non-departmental is declining by 1.1. So this is showing how the town school split will be working for fiscal 23. So as the starting point, we take our revenue number, then we deduct all our fixed costs. So these are things like the CIP, our benefit budget, other non-departmental fixed costs. So that gives us what's available for town and school departments. Then we have adjustments that are made through the partnership for things that are in town budgets, but support the schools. So for example, we have the repair and maintenance budget for the building department that supports the school plant program. We generally inflate that by 2.5% every year. And then we also make adjustments for utilities. As you know, the high school is coming on board in the new building in fiscal 23. So that a big piece of this $300,000 projection is related to utility assumptions around kind of what's going on in the market around energy. And hopefully, we're probably going to be looking at some gasoline and diesel estimates at the beginning of January. We're exploring potentially looking at that for natural gas as well. And so hopefully our estimates are higher than what we actually end up with. But at this point, we have a conservative number in there for utility growth. And so then once we are assessing those costs, we basically look at the split from the prior year, which is the 40 and the 59. we are 60/40, and we apply that to the fiscal 23 number, less the deductions, and then that's how you get your new growth for town and schools. So it shifts slightly from what currently the split is. This is a snapshot of our benefit budget. And so obviously the two big budget busters for us are our pension and our group health budgets. And then we have all the other miscellaneous benefit budgets, workers' compensation, unemployment compensation, et cetera. These show the assumptions within these major accounts. So we've already talked a little bit about the assumptions for group health. Every percentage increase in the rates equals $323,000. So we're hoping that 5% is a conservative assumption for GIC, and that maybe we can get that a little bit lower once the rates come out in March. Our pension is on a schedule that's fixed at least for the next 2 years, or this is the second of the 2-year period. It'll get reset for the next 2 years after they look at our numbers come January. OPEBs, we had paused a policy of increasing the OPEB funding by $150,000 annually because of COVID, and we're looking to resume that going into fiscal 23. This just shows the growth in our health insurance budget. And so you can see this 1 year drop here. This was actually the year that we entered the GIC, and then it's been steadily climbing after that. This is our OPEB funding. So you can see that we did not grow it in fiscal 22, but then we're looking to grow it annually going into the rest of the years of the forecast. This is our pension fund. So this slide is usually where I like to point out that our funding date is 2030, and then our payments become more reasonable. But we always like to remind the board that we are looking to basically capture the savings, if you will, from paying off our pension liability and shifting that to our OPEB liability, because that's just as substantial. And right now there's no funding requirement for OPEBs, but we think that it's a big enough liability that it needs to go and be addressed, because otherwise it will just, consume the budget in terms of health insurance costs going forward. So that is our pension funding. And then we also have a slide here that kind of just shows how much benefits kind of consume the overall levy growth for the budget. So you can see that group health and pensions consumes this amount, and then this is what's left just on pure levy growth. And then obviously we have some other line items in the budget that are able to support other departmental expenditures. CIP is also a component of our financial plan and our forecast. And so our CIP is growing by the 6% policy, which equates to a $606,000 increase for the CIP. And then obviously free cash grows it further to get to that 7.5%. So some new debt that's coming online is Robinson Playground, Murphy Playground, Driscoll Geothermal we already talked about. Justin and I will be preparing a bond sale sometime this spring. We are also assuming that the entirety of the Alston settlement is covered within the CIP, and the plan has been put forth with that assumption. In the out years, debt service is supporting other items like replacement of engine 1, some additional work at Lars Anderson Park, Pierce School. We are looking at the latest estimates that I heard were $220 million. I have an assumption that the MSBA will pick up $30 million of that. Obviously, that's all still very much to be determined. And then we have a Skyline Park of $2.8 million, and there'll be more information about what the components of the CIP are. Non-appropriated, these are basically items that we don't have any real control over in the budget, like our MBTA assessment, our Norfolk County assessment. And so we've got some growth assumptions going in here for our non-appropriated, and generally a 2.5% close to growth in the out years. Then we have our revenue and expenditure growth. This is basically showing the structural gap for the town that we have to try and address every year. So you can see kind of each year, and then cumulative growth in the budget. So it's definitely a challenge. The school department budget, in addition to the $9 million growth for fiscal 23, they've got certain assumptions around strategic initiatives that would also increase that gap as well. So then there are other funding sources that we'll be talking about as we go along in the budget process. I think the board felt that it was too soon during the fiscal 22 process to look at parking meter rates. This might be something that you want to consider going into fiscal 23. We also had deferred the charging for the outdoor dining program so that DPW could fully recover some of the costs of that program. That might be something, given a year experience with the program, that might be something you may want to consider as well. I've been talking with the planning director about potentially increasing some of the preservation fees. She's hoping that that might support the restoration of the part-time preservation planner that was part of one of the COVID reductions that we had during fiscal 21. We are also looking at ARPA to see if there's a way to support, especially on the school side, that $9 million increase is extremely challenging. So to the extent that ARPA could provide a little bit of a bridge so we can figure out what a longer term funding solution would be to support those expenses. And then we also know that we have an infrastructure bill that should be, the details will be forthcoming that might be able to support some other initiatives in the budget as well. So that is the forecast presentation. We can open it up to questions. I also have the CIP. Department head should be in the attendee list for the CIP, but I'll defer to the board in terms of, how you want to kind of take questions and then proceed to the next presentation.
Before I call on other select board members, and I don't mean to derail this conversation, but just, $9 million on behalf of the schools. Do they have their enrollment numbers? Like, what is driving this $9 million number?
So $3 million of it is the structural deficit. $1 million is what has been termed immediate needs in light of a strategic plan that they're developing. $800,000 is inflation for non-personnel items, and then the rest of it is personnel growth related to collective bargaining and step increases.
Okay. Bernard and then John?
Yeah, two things. First of all, are you familiar with the decision by the state with respect to Methuen and their expenditure of ARPA funds? So I guess I'd like to, I have not researched that, but I hope someone is looking at that and, tell us whether that is sort of an outlier or whether it's something that we really should be concerned about in terms of our use of ARPA money.
So so I did see that article today too. The HR director sent it to me. Obviously, we are very much in tune to what other towns, cities and towns are doing with their ARPA funds. I think, without knowing the details of what the proposal was, it's hard to say why it got rejected. But I know that premium pay can't be applied to everyone. People who are at home are not eligible for premium pay. So that could be something that was flagged.
Yeah, I don't think that Brookline is like Methuen in terms of they're fast and loose. Well, let me not say anything. And secondly, I think that the town really needs or is entitled to more in-depth discussion of the impact of what I call the Alston giveaway on our budget. I see in the materials in our package, just one sort of sentence on this. I just want to know, what the impact. It's going to, affect resources otherwise going to the CIP. What does that mean in terms of things we can't do?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I think, my memo did address some unfunded items, but we'll be sure to highlight that as we go through some of the project proposals.
And there's really no walking it back at this point. It passed town meeting.
No, I'm not suggesting there is. I'm just saying that let's just see how much doo-doo we stepped into here.
John.
One quick question to begin. Did this presentation specify the revenues from the Community Preservation Act?
No, not yet, because that would be, we would need to be a little bit clearer on the process for the committee. And then also, we would need some staffing to help support the activities of the committee as well.
And in any event, would those funds be of any help in this structural gap that we're looking at?
I think it could potentially be helpful for CIP to the extent that there are projects within the CIP that could be funded with the CPA. I could see that being a place where there could be some relief.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank the staff for what is, as usual, a really excellent and detailed presentation, which unfortunately, the more excellent and the more detailed it is, the more, scary it is. But, we just got to face realities here. I'm going to actually up the ante and say, I'm not sure it was scary enough in that I'm well aware that there are a number of initiatives that people are very anxious to take, including me, that aren't necessarily factored into this. We're just beginning a discussion of Vision Zero in terms of transportation policies, and what that has lots of applications in terms of changes to transportation infrastructure. That will cost money. We are just beginning with the Driscoll project, the notion that future school building projects should incorporate ground sourced heat pumps. And I just was witness to a discussion of the Pierce building project the other day, where it was made clear that the money that was appropriated by town meeting for the planning of the Pierce School project doesn't allow for the added cost of ground sourced heat pumps. And it doesn't take into consideration the very legitimate concerns that have been raised about whether there needs to be some major change to School Street. And so, a very clear message was delivered to the Pierce School Building Committee that those might be good things. And in fact, I think they are good things to fold into that project, but that money isn't represented in the total cost of the project that was approved by town meeting. And that might mean an added cost there. I hope I'm not shocking you, Melissa or Justin, with this news, but it was.
No, I mean, there are a lot of other projects that I think also are kind of, starting to percolate and eventually will come forward. I'm thinking about the work at the rink as well.
Yes,
that's
yes.
something that is also another cost pressure. There are, what we've tried to put forward in this projection were departmental expenses that we knew were reduced, and the departments we've been hearing loud and clear really need some additional support for those expenses. But that doesn't cover new initiatives and new projects and new, and that's kind of where we're hoping that there might be some kind of synergy with ARPA. But we also know that there are other community projects that are going to be competing for those funds as well. So I think we're going to try and see what we can do within the general fund, and then we'll have the conversation about other funding sources that might be able to support these initiatives.
Well, and then if I may just go on a little bit longer, with the best of intentions and for very good and clear reasons, on this board, there has been initiatives taken that would add an additional position eventually to the departmental staff. Heads a new head of departmental staff in some sort of position of Health and Human Services type commissioner. There have been initiatives suggested that we need to substantially add to the number of social workers on the town and school payroll. All good ideas, but that would require funding. Earlier tonight, people heard mention of subsidizing MBTA fares. So a lot of good ideas are bubbling up, but they all have price tags. And yet we're looking at a budget that, as it is, without any of those good ideas funded, has got a gap that we're going to have to somehow figure out how to close. So I do want people to be aware of that, because this isn't going to be easy. And I'll hesitate for now. I might jump it back in later.
Raul?
Yeah. Yeah, I think to those points, and I mean, it's important to point out that that there are certain things that are expected to be funded through ARPA and other things that might be funded through the regular budget moving forward, and making that distinction is really important. I think missing this is what, third time going through this, missing in some of this is that there's a sense, and I hear it from John, that either community members or the board or board members of the board, has its hand out saying, give me more, give me more, give me more social services, give me more, money for traffic calming and transportation, and that those have costs to them. But the conversation we never seem to have is where those reductions are going to come from. And those, I understand, are harder conversations, because I don't think there's a person on the board that would say that we shouldn't put more money toward the senior center, and related activities. But ultimately, that money's got to come from somewhere. The proposal to expand social services had a plan to pay for it. You may not like it. Members of the board may not like it, but it had a plan to pay for it. And that was about shifting resources within the existing town budget. Now, if we can't get the support on this board to make those kinds of shifts in some way, shape, or form, what are town staff expected to do except to provide, level funding plus some on existing departments, and then try to find, the available funds to do some of what we talk about doing. But if we're not actually willing to say we want to shift funds from here to there, and this is maybe one of the flaws in our system, right, where we've got a 5-person board, 2 of the 3 years of which there's a potential for 2 new board members to come on, and I can imagine staff saying, well, I know what this board wants right now, but I don't know what the board in May is going to want, and the board the May after that is going to want. Right. And that's maybe one of the flaws in this system of this five-headed mayor system, where there is no real sort of consistent over time sense of what from staff of where this board wants to go. We're in this position where if we're not willing to make politically unpopular decisions, and maybe the decisions that have been proposed, as I mentioned, around social services aren't ones that you support, but certainly if you want more money to flow to issues that you care about and the folks in the community care about, well, it's got to come from somewhere. We're not going to just create the money. And in some cases, that's going to have to be us signaling to staff that we'd like to see money shift from one place to the other. The other place, again, not necessarily politically popular in all circles, is around an override. To do that too. And I know that there are all kinds of complications. We've got other overrides on the horizon, Pierce and the fire department and such. But at some point, board members, we have to make tough decisions here, because we can't expect staff to do it for us. And we're going to keep talking about wanting to put more into the transportation department or into senior support services or social services, and it's not going to happen. End of rant.
Miriam, John, you still have your hand up. So if you want to make another comment, just let me know. Miriam.
Thank you. So, this is about just what Raul is saying. And frankly, what John was saying too, this is about priority setting. But here's the thing. We have this process happening right now with the ARPA funding that is deeply engaging the community so that they can tell us what their priorities are. And I think that we need to listen and not just think about the ARPA money. The community is coming to the table and they're telling us what's important to them. And so I think we need to extend that and say, okay, this is where our community priorities are. And obviously there are priorities for us as a select board in a town, but I think this helps inform us when we have to say, here's where we should be putting our money and here's where we should not be putting our money, right? It's a math problem. So we have to solve it by deciding what's important to us and putting our money there and saying this isn't as important and it's not as important to the community. And so we need to think about how we are going to shift our spending in line with what the community is telling us. And again, I'm just going to say it's happening right now with ARPA. And I think if we do justice to what's happening with the ARPA money, and frankly, I think that is happening. The way I see Mel and Melissa and people in the town stepping up in our community engagement, let's use it. Let's not just limit it, what we're learning and how we are thinking about spending ARPA funds to the ARPA funds. That's my 2 cents. Because we got to cut somewhere. It's got to go.
Okay, so I have a few thoughts. Bear with me because it's getting a little late, and I feel myself hitting a wall. It is a unique opportunity, the ARPA money. So I think we definitely should understand, what's driving the numbers on the school side, and how they plan to deal with that, and what the ramifications are for what that number eventually becomes, because it will become our problem once the number gets even whittled down to like half. How much of what we want to pay for is eligible for the ARPA money, and the timing of when we will know, what those projects are. And then we can start to have a conversation, as Raul just said, a very difficult conversation about the trade-offs or the priorities. I will just put out that I see a growing need for more resources towards transportation. I will fight for an additional person in the transportation division and some more money towards looking at what we can do surrounding complete streets, calm streets, fare-free buses, but anything to address walkability and safety, especially in light of the recent pedestrian death and all of the close calls that we've had over the past 2 years. I think we definitely need to put some resources towards that. Do I have the answer as to what we pull from? I think what I'd like to ask of staff is to come up with a menu of things that can kind of be plug and play. Like, okay, if you want to move X dollars over here to transportation, here are some things either on the CIP or, maybe we back off how much money we put in the housing trust fund this year to make this happen based on the financial policy. So just give us some options so that we know exactly like what we're adding and subtracting that has maybe some comparable amounts. John, you have your hand up, so I assume that something else came to mind.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say that I agree with our chair on the transportation prioritization. This has really hit home with people because I think they realize that they deal with safety on our streets every single day, and almost good enough isn't good enough, especially when you see people actually losing their lives because we're not as good as we could be in terms of protecting the safety of people on our streets. So I think transportation is going to have to get a very high priority. Hopefully, some of that will come through ARPA funds. But I also think we've got to be very careful about getting unrealistic in our expectations as to solving the fundamental problems of our system through ARPA funds. And you heard my colleague Bernard Green mention Methuen, and some people might not have understood fully what that was all about. But what that's all about is that if you don't use the ARPA funds for the purposes for which they are intended, you can have that money taken back, and you can suffer the loss of the money that you've already spent because the federal government takes a look at how you're using it and says, nah, you can't use it that way. So we're going to have to be very careful about how we use these funds. The other thing is, even if it is okay to use ARPA money for this or ARPA money for that, it can't be something that we are going to want to continue funding indefinitely, because the ARPA funds are going to run out. And if I understand the explanation of the problem that the schools are facing right now, in part, it's due to the use of so-called ESSER money, which was sort of the equivalent, the education equivalent of CARES Act money, to essentially cover a gap in their budget. And that was fine for as long as the ESSER money was there. But then when the ESSER money isn't there, all of a sudden you're facing the gap, the same gap as before, and you've got no money to cover it. So those are things that are going to have to guide how we proceed going forward. And just to add one more quick thought to this, I do take seriously what my colleague Ralph Fernandez and my colleague Miriam Ashkenazi have said about, if you prioritize something, then you have to decide whether you're willing to take money from one part of your budget to pay for this prioritization that you've created elsewhere. But I don't think we're going to address that in every instance by simply saying, let's cut some police officers. You could cover maybe one of the things that's being proposed by cutting 8 to 10 police officers. Then what are you going to do with number 2 that we've proposed should be prioritized and funded? What are you going to do for number 3, number 4, number 5? Just sort of saying, hey, let's cut some police officers is not a sustainable approach. And it's already been rejected once by town meeting quite resoundingly. So, we do have to be kind of realistic about how far we can go with using cuts in other departments to satisfy some inclination we have to start a new initiative.
Bernard first, and then Miriam.
Yeah. First of all, the Methuen situation apparently related to CARES Act money, Mel mentioned, but the principle is still the same. The federal government gives you money, tells you how to spend it. If you spend it some other way, you're in trouble. And that could be taking the money back, or in unique situations, criminal liability. So I think the point still applies. By the way, we did cut police, and we cut out deputy superintendent for the traffic division. Not cut out, but we haven't filled it. Same thing as not cutting out. And according to Michael Keaveney, although I don't really see the connection, but according to him, that contributed to the accidents, including the one fatality we've had. So there are consequences to some of these decisions. And I guess I want to push back on the idea that we are guided by the community input in the ARPA process that we've set up. Yes, we listen to the community in terms of their priorities, and we take it in, and then we make our own judgment, because we are the executive and we're the ones who have to figure out when there are conflicting interests. For example, between people in town who don't have kids in the public schools and the public schools. It's us, to some degree, that has to step up and say, well, your priority is not, the schools, but the schools are important to this community. And there are a number of other things. I mean, we are the executive, and we have to take responsibility for making those decisions, fully informed by the priorities that the community states to us as important to them. So that's all I wanted to say.
Miriam?
Yeah, so point of rebuttal. I never said anything about cutting the police. I never said anything about cutting any specific department.
You're talking to John.
I'm just saying those words did not come out of my mouth. Okay. And I don't appreciate them being ascribed to me when I didn't say them. I'm happy to say them, but I didn't say them. Okay. So what I said was, we as a board need to take responsibility for setting priorities. And frankly, Bernard, We do that based on what our community wants. We do what our community wants. That's what elected officials do, okay? We don't do what we want. We try to represent our community. That's who put us here. So yes, we have to think about cuts. We can't just keep funding things. I think we all have to agree on that. I mean, I don't know if you don't ever made a budget, but I make budgets in my other job. And if the bottom line doesn't add up, you have to make it add up. So you can't do everything, right? You have to set priorities. And I really think it's our responsibility as a board to guide what those priorities are. And maybe what we need is a separate meeting where we sit down after we've gotten this wonderful community engagement piece laid out for us and talk about what those priorities are and create a list of what those priorities are, and then look at our budget and try to make those things match more closely. It's a process. I don't expect it to happen next week, but I think it's something this board really needs to do. I think it's really hard to, and I think Raul alluded to this, it's really hard to keep going back to the department chairs and saying, you know, do this when they don't really know what it is we're prioritizing for them. And we should be prioritizing what it is the community tells us is important to them, right? And maybe, frankly, I don't think so, but maybe that's more policing. But I'd like to hear from them. And I'd like to take that into our thinking as a board as we create our priorities. I'm going to stop now.
Agreed. Agreed. We're on the same page.
Yeah, I actually do think that you guys were kind of saying the same thing, at least Bernard, that we do represent the community and we do try to do what we think the community wants. If that is a fair statement that I think summarizes both what you were saying, Miriam and Bernard. And then I'll call on Raul.
And I'll be brief. I know I've already spoken. Just to say that, you know, I think that we are going to learn a lot, as Miriam said, from this ARPA process with the BCF that I think is going to help us help really lay out what the values and priorities are of the community that should certainly inform what our values and priorities are, and if not, we won't be in these seats for very long. You know, I would love for us to, you know, I suggested this in a meeting last week, but I would love for us to, assuming this process works well with the BCF, and it looks like so far it has, and it looks like we're going to get some valuable feedback from them based on the process that they've ran, to really consider doing this on an annual basis with the annual operating budget, not just with these one-time funds related to ARPA. I think it gives us the opportunity to reflect on our current budget in a way that we simply haven't. And you know, like I understand, John, what you were saying about, you know, money from here, and that this is, you know, no, moving money from one line item to another isn't going to solve all of our problems. By the way, if we do an override, we'll probably end up spending that money and having this conversation again in the future, we're having already sort of allocated all the money from the override to various purposes, right? So when it comes down to it, we're always going to have to make choices. The difficulty that I think, I'll just say, this is from my perspective, and staff may feel differently, but some of the difficulty I think that they face is that we tell them what we want and we never tell them where we think they should take it from. Mm-hmm. And so as long as we keep doing that, we're going to get, maybe occasionally, if we keep banging the drum on something like, by the way, hey, third vote here, if not fourth or fifth vote here for more money for the transportation department, put me on board with Heather and John, and if anybody else is with us, let's do it. As long as we, you know, unless we keep just beating that drum over and over again, it's, you know, we're not, I think, giving enough direction. And maybe if we can't do it through this process as a board, then maybe we need that community process to help do it. and to move items up the agenda, and either by default or because folks feel that other items should be moved down the agenda, that happens too, and that helps inform where the money flows from one place to the next. But I think, and it's not about individual priorities, right? It's not about social services department. It's not about transportation. It's about process and figuring out how do we actually create a process by which this year or next year we make the priorities of the community and through the board, clear as day, or as clear as we possibly can, to the folks that are helping us put this budget together every year.
So John, before I call on you, I'm just going to say something before I just flat out forget it. I forgot to mention it when I spoke earlier. I would be curious to, and I understand how complicated this might actually end up being, so I will forgive if it doesn't happen. But I'd be really curious to look at the last 2 years worth of town meeting warrant articles and just try to put dollar values on them to really understand how much money a warrant article, like on average, tends to require of town resources, just so that we can get a handle on how town meeting is kind of indirectly directing some of these budget priorities, so that we can kind of account for it going forward. I know that we've tried to ask petitioners, but now we have the ability to kind of look back and get more accurate numbers. And I think it'll be very illustrative of where money is going, and some of the things that we didn't know then that we do know now, if anybody has the time or inclination to do that. John.
Thank you again, and thank you to my colleagues for their patience while I make one more comment. I don't want this to be misinterpreted as, gosh, there's that one select board member who doesn't care for community input. That's not my point. I feel like some comments from my colleagues have somewhat overdrawn the usefulness of community input in setting priorities. And I'll give you an example. When there's a community input process for how to spend some money, I think people think about what they would like to see happen tomorrow or next week or next month. I don't think they think in existential terms, which is why I'm going to bring up the crisis of global warming. You won't see global warming emerge as the top priority in a community input process. And yet, it just might turn out at the end of the day that there's not going to be too many more end of the days if we don't do something about global warming. And that's where I think we have to separate our thinking about the big picture from our responses to what bubbles up from the community input process. And if we really, in our heart of hearts and in our best thinking, have come to the conclusion that the most urgent thing we can do in Brookline with some additional money that's come our way is to prioritize those transportation funding needs, but also the climate change response needs. I would fund those two things, not to the exclusion of everything that bubbles up through the community input process, but I would certainly give them the highest priority, and then do what we can with some of the money for the results of the community input process. But it isn't magical, and it doesn't necessarily identify what are, I'm going to use that word again, sometimes existential needs that we have to address as the leadership of the town.
I will respectfully disagree with you there, John. I think it's just the fact that you used the wrong example. You can't go anywhere in Brookline and not hear that somebody thinks that is the number one issue facing our civilization. But I digress, and I'm going to call on Bernard because I would like to get out of this meeting before 10.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I
Hey,
just want to remind the board that there's also a CIP presentation after this as well.
Oh man, we didn't combine them?
oh, God.
No.
Okay.
Okay. So Heather, I like your idea of going back and looking at the warrant articles the last few years and seeing, what the costs are. But I think Melissa actually does a list of things that relate to the board, but is a sort of foundation for figuring out what cost of each warrant article is. And I think, I'm not sure who brought this up, but it's particularly important in terms of, for example, departments like the diversity office, who we've just piled tons and tons of responsibilities on without any money that I can see, and planning department, et cetera. So I think that would be a good exercise just to give us an understanding of how big a hole we're digging for ourselves. So.
Yeah, I think what we'll end up seeing are a couple of themes about access, about transparency, um, informational technology kind of things, and of course, climate change, and a lot of things being driven to not only diversity and inclusion, but the planning department, like you said, Bernard. Raul.
Yes, I'll just say that there seemed at some point, like Justin maybe raised his hand and then took it down, and maybe Justin, that was a smart move. You're like, get me out of this. But I just wanted to point that out in case you had anything you wanted to say.
No, thank you.
You're good. All right.
So should we move on to CIP? I didn't realize that it was a two-parter.
That's all right. We do have a lot of the department heads, and I thank them for waiting around for this part of the presentation. This is typically, if we were in person, they'd be sitting in the back of the hearing room, and they've got some really great projects that I'm sure you'd want to hear about. So let me just start up that one, and I promise that I will try and be as quick as I can be. I can get this thing going. So this is just a statement that we have from the ICMA around the importance of capital planning and budgeting around kind of supporting the community. These are the headlines for the CIP. It goes from fiscal 23 to fiscal 28. Obviously, we also have a future years column for other projects that we know are kind of making their way through the pipeline. We already talked about the assumptions around the Pierce School project. I do have $1.3 million related to traffic calming, 1.6 for bike access improvement. So definitely hearing, the urgency around some transportation related issues. Classroom capacity is still dominating the CIP in terms of funding that's required for the leases. So that is a $9.2 million item for the plan. We have debt exclusions planned for the fire station renovation and Pierce project. I think the intent was to not have these two projects run into each other, but unfortunately it looks like the timing is such that both of them will be ready for votes sometime this next fall. And then we have our regular funding for CIP items like parks and playgrounds, infrastructure, and other types of regular funding for the CIP. So these are some of the major projects within the CIP. You can see that the fire station renovations have increased. I think last year we had a 20-something million number. It's gone up to 45, specifically around Station 5. That's assuming that it would be a complete replacement of that station instead of a renovation of the existing station. Then we also have some other projects like the traffic signal upgrade at Washington, Harvard, Kent, and Davis. We have the Hammond Woodland traffic signal road diet coming in on fiscal 25. Washington Street rehab and complete streets. We talked about this last year. Last year was the first year it hit the plan. And so we've got, the rest of the funding going out. Hopefully we can get a state tip for this so that we can have the majority of the construction funded by the state. We have Schick Playground, although I'm looking at the timing of that with Skyline Park, and we might need to flip the timing of that. Willow Pond is an environmental project near the Muddy River. And then we also have fire engine number 1 for replacement in fiscal 23. So these are some of the regular accounts that we have funding for throughout the plan. So our roof and fenestration programs continue, our water and sewer infrastructure continues, tree replacement program, life safety, building security. So these are our school investments. So we have, our BHS public address system is a new project that was requested given that the existing system is at end of life. And it's public safety related in terms of being able to communicate throughout the building. Underground tank removal, some ADA replacement, energy conservation, etc. Then you can see the assumption around the peer school project. And obviously we're assuming currently that out of this $220 million, that 30 million would be covered through the MSBA. And then we also have the classroom capacity item here as well. So our investment in parks, currently we have SHIP coming online, but I'm looking to see if this can be flipped with Skyline, because I think that the condition at Skyline with the artificial turf is such that it may need to be escalated. And then we also have some of these other projects that are kind of coming through the plan. Here is our fire and public safety funding. So you can see that we have our fire apparatus rehab program, which is continuing through the plan. And then we have engine replacements in fiscals 23 and 24. And then the jet exclusion plan for the fire station renovation. We also have a new project for the public safety building to address some accommodations for locker rooms for female police officers. So that's a new project within the CIP as well. These are some of our infrastructure investments. So in particular, we've got traffic calming, we have bike access improvements. Traffic calming used to have a placeholder of $50,000, but obviously given the urgency and need, we are able to try and bump up this placeholder in the out years to signal that there are major projects that will eventually come and consume some of this funding as well. The last of our parking meter upgrades will be happening in fiscal 23. And then we were able to find some funding for the continuation of the accessible pedestrian signal conversion project. I did highlight it in my memo to the board that we are basically using the formula that was originally created that established the current funding parameters for street rehab and continuing that into the out years. This is an area where DPW has signaled that there's a shortfall somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million to adequately fund the street rehab in town. But until I have a signal of what other projects would need to be reduced in order to fund that, I've continued the plan as provided by the 2008 override study committee. Cutting $3 million from these existing projects would be extremely challenging, but it's something that we can continue to talk about as well. We also have our sidewalk replacement program in DPW, water and sewer improvements, and this is the Washington Street project that I talked about earlier. Once I'm done with this presentation, if you have specific questions about a project, there should be a department head in the queue that will be able to address that as well. This slide is just talking about the components of our CIP project, our CIP funding, which starts with 6% coming from the operating budget plus free cash. And so you can see that we try within the 6% policy to have a debt finance component of 4.5 and a revenue finance component of 1.5. It was extremely hard to get that given some of the areas that we are using debt for, in particular the Alston settlement, but then also we have some of the high school project is being consumed within the general fund budget, within the levy. And then we have our free cash to help us. And that free cash in particular in fiscal 23 was very helpful to make sure that we were able to, fund some of these really important requests. So the revenue finance component of the CIP translates to $8.9 million. So of that, 2.1 is tax finance. So to give you a better understanding of what that normally looks like in a given year, Normally, we can usually expect somewhere from $3.5 to $4 million of tax finance CIP. So fortunately, we've got $6.8 million of free cash that is really helpful with the overall plan. And then so for debt service, we have $38.5 million of debt service. So we have 2.6 of that coming from the enterprise funds. Then we have 15.3 coming from the general fund, and then 20.6 coming from the debt exclusions. This shows our free cash flow, which I covered on the earlier presentation, so I won't go through it in that great detail again, just highlighting that to get to the $6 million CIP number, it's the item 4 here plus the additional CIP here. This is another articulation of the CIP policy. So you can see that we have between the 6% policy, 5.26 of that is debt and 0.74 is cash. So we try and do 4.5, 1.5. We're really at 5.26 and 0.74. So we get closer to that ideal balance in the out years of the CIP. So there's less pressure in the out years. And then you can see some of the breakout of how the funds are derived. So you can see the bulk of our funding is coming from the debt exclusions, and that's in particular the Pierce and the fire station projects. And then you can see the other funding sources that support the overall CIP. These are the categories of funding within the CIP. So most of the funding is being spent on facility renovations and repairs, followed by infrastructure, and then parks and open space. This is our debt management plan. This is a blizzard of numbers that essentially shows you what our borrowing plans are for projects that are in the future. So you can see that the engine number 4 replacement is going to be borrowed. We'll have the debt service hit in fiscal 26, which means we're probably borrowing it in fiscal 25, so on and so forth. So this shows the plan for the general fund. And then you can see the plan for the debt exclusions, which mirrors what Justin put forth in the earlier presentation as well. This is another articulation of the 6% policy. So you can see how compressed the CIP is for revenue financed portion compared to kind of the ease of the crunch in the out years of the CIP as some of that debt rolls off. And this is another slide that shows our numbers compared to percentage of revenue, debt service as a percentage of revenue, and then projected out through the out years. And then I see Miriam has a question, so I will stop. And then the department heads are obviously here to answer any project specific questions.
Great. I know I have a few, but let's open it up to Miriam and then Raul.
All right, you got your pen, Melissa. I got 3.
Sure.
Okay, so first I saw the 9-point-something million for classroom space. Yep. So I'm just curious about that as we, Florida Rough and Ridley, as that finishes, as Driscoll finishes, does that roll off? And how has, and maybe you can't answer this, but I think I saw Superintendent Gilroy in the participant list, how has the decrease in enrollment due to COVID affect that? I mean, that seems like a lot of money to me to be paying for extraneous classroom space while we're doing all this expansion. So I'd just like to understand that a little bit more. The second question I have, I'm just curious what our debt looks like compared to other similar communities. And maybe you don't have an answer to that right now, but I'm just wondering myself. And then finally, the money designated for street and sidewalk rehab, and this is also my hat on the Disability Commission and watching that warrant article. I'm just wondering how much is for traffic calming, how much is for bicycle access, and how much is going to be used to address sidewalks, because I think we have a lot of unusable sidewalks for wheelchairs and strollers. And so it's just some general idea. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Sure. So the classroom capacity item is funding the existing leases, specifically in the Temples and Clark Road. The school department is very interested in trying to reduce the lease obligation, because I think they understand how that impacts the CIP. They did submit a project request for renovation of the Baldwin School, which I was not able to fit within the plan. That could potentially be a solution to reduce the classroom capacity item. But at this point, it's in future years because I don't have $9 million with which to fund that kind of program. So, and I don't know if the school representatives want to say anything further on classroom capacity, or I can move on if not. I'll leave that there, and if we have town school partnership, we can also make sure that we raise that as well. In terms of debt, I can definitely pull some comparables and have that for you next time that we discuss the CIP. We usually present that. We've definitely had our financial advisor provide comps for a whole host of different measures. So, happy to have that refreshed again. In streets and sidewalks, I see Erin's in the queue, so I would just call on her to talk a little bit about how the funding for streets and sidewalks and traffic calming and bikes is kind of holistically.
Before we do, a lot of my questions center around that. So let's put a pin in that and get through Raul and Bernard, and then we'll focus specifically on transportation for a little while because it's my favorite subject.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. Thanks to all the staff that have stuck around till 10 o'clock at night, just waiting to see if we have a question for you. Hopefully, we can get you involved here. Three things, and I can make them quick. One, I think the issues related to Pierce are well known, and I hope this community rallies around making sure that we have the funding to do what we need to do with that school. The issues with the firehouses may not be as well known. What I can tell you is this: reach out to Chief Sullivan. He will show you around, and I think you'll see that the issues when we talk about renovations, it's not just sprucing up the place. These are health and safety issues. They're gender equity issues. These are, having toured the facilities, these are absolutely necessary investments. And, I think, I look forward to being, working with the board to make the case that also deserves support from the community. Second, this was mentioned in the last presentation, but just to note, I am open to having the conversations around parking meter increases, maybe modest increases, and thinking about what that looks like. And so I know that's not a today conversation, but I just want to put that out there. That's another potential source of revenue. It's a modest cost to the individual, but in bulk, it actually leads to some significant funding that we can do some good things with. And then the other thing I was thinking about was just if there are areas where we can make investments that pay back. We were invited and had the opportunity as a board to tour our municipal golf course. Now I'm not a golf guy, and my general thought is golf courses are a terrible use of community land. With that said, we do have a municipal golf course, and there may be some opportunities for us to make some relatively small investments that might actually pay us back. My understanding is this golf course actually brings revenue into the town, and so I'm just thinking, just putting that out there. If there are ways that we can spend money to make money or to bring revenues back in that can benefit other projects, that we should be thinking about that too.
Great. Bernard, you'll have to unmute.
Someone muted me. I must have yawned or something and it shut me down. I think related to what Raul just said regarding revenue generating projects, there's something on page 6 that I read a few times and I couldn't figure out what it said. And that's a recreation project. I assume the clubhouse is at the golf course. And could you tell us what does that sentence mean, number one, but also how does that tie into the upcoming golf tournament at the country club? And is this something that's going to be that is seen as a way to enhance our revenue after the tournament?
Yep, so Lee Jackson's in the attendee list, so I think she would be the best person to address that question.
Good evening, Select Board. It's Lee Jackson here, and thank you for the question, Mr. Green. So I would say the clubhouse master plan is an opportunity for us to renovate the clubhouse. And so it will go through the full design review committee of 7 process and have a ton of community engagement. So the clubhouse master plan will be a written plan on enhancement we can make to the clubhouse and the outside surrounding areas of the clubhouse, including the driving range grill, the turn on the green, which is another grill on site. And it is an opportunity for us to increase revenue with any kind of change to that area, the clubhouse itself, an extension of the restaurant, or development that surrounds the clubhouse, driving range, and
Yeah.
the halfway point.
And yeah, can I just say about use of all this land for a golf course? It's a carbon capture bonanza for us. You know, the grass, the trees, etc. So I am a golfer, so I'm biased. So.
Well, we'll take that any day of the week. Thank you.
Any other comments before we really dig deep into transportation? Okay. So Miriam asked her question. My question, you know, there was a comment earlier, and I forget, I believe it came from a select board member regarding, I guess, whether or not the fatality that happened to one of our pedestrians in town could have been avoided if we had had someone in the deputy superintendent position. Now, I don't see the chief on the call, but I know that traffic enforcement works very closely with the transportation division within DPW. So I just want to better understand, you know, what the roles of those 2 departments are for just so that people understand as a pedestrian what that experience should be like, maybe what it's like right now and what we're hoping to achieve as we pour more money and resources into this effort. So Erin, if you want to tackle any of that, plus what Miriam had brought up.
So good evening, Erin Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works. I actually just asked Devin to bring both our Transportation Administrator, Todd Corrine, forward and our Director of Engineering and Transportation, Robert King. Todd has been working very closely with the police department over the years and has followed up regarding those incidents, getting the traffic incident reports, et cetera. So I think with that, Todd, if maybe you could first just speak to kind of what that relationship is in terms of Public Works jurisdiction around kind of policy and infrastructure, and then that relationship with the police department as it relates to enforcement. We cannot hear you, so you may have to check your audio. Yep.
Nope, no audio.
How about now?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Throwing out those headphones. Essentially, so yeah, we work very closely with the police department, specifically the traffic division over at the police department. I'm probably daily, I either speak with or trade emails with Sergeant Ferris and Sergeant Trahan, who are in charge of the division right now and usually work underneath the deputy superintendent. And we coordinate our efforts on, obviously their main focus is enforcement. Our main focus is on planning and engineering. However, we work very closely with, you know, all of our studies and reviews are somewhat based off of their crash reports that they provide us with. When they notice, you know, concerns that they have at intersections sight lines, those types of things that their officers, pass on to them. We go out with them. We review things in the field, traffic signal timings, or sight lines. So we work very closely together. We both provide staff to the transportation board, and they see all of our reports before they go to the board, and have input on them as well. So we do work closely together. With respect to this particular crash, in the days following it, they obviously did their, we're working with the DA's office to do their formal investigation. They asked us to collect speed and volume data for them so that they can see if there was a speeding issue in that general area. So we worked closely with that. We reviewed the sight lines for them to federal standards on whether the greenery in the curb extension played a role or somehow inhibited sight lines. So we help them, provide that information as well. So we work very closely together on all of the issues related to the public way.
And I think I'll just add to that as well, Heather, then the Highway and Sanitation Division plays a role as well in terms of implementing any sort of pilot initiatives or, as it relates to signage or quick builds that Todd and his team recommend. So that division is instrumental in kind of the big picture of our transportation program.
Great. And then to Miriam's question, I know that we're a complete streets community, so that gives us access to, I believe, $400,000 a year. Not that we'll get it or the full the full kit and caboodle, but we can apply for it, and we do. Can you just kind of describe what those improvements are? I know that we say complete streets and everybody assumes that it's bike lanes, but all the improvements on the sidewalks that can allow us to achieve.
Yeah, so our complete streets policy actually won a national award for one of the top 10 policies the year that it was adopted nationwide. And the reason for that is it's a very comprehensive policy. So it does not only apply to that particular funding source through Mass DOT, it actually requires a complete streets review of all projects being done on the public way, whether they are funded through the town funds, through state funds, or through private funds. And it requires us to go through this process to design our public way to best meet the needs of all users, but particularly the vulnerable users, pedestrians, those with disabilities, seniors, school-age children, cyclists, micromobility users, and public transit, and really to prioritize the movement of people over vehicles. So when we say complete streets, when we do a complete streets design, we are looking to make improvements for pedestrians, for cyclists, for micromobility users, public transit. So I know a lot of people associate it with bike lanes, but it's also, traffic calming elements like curb extensions, like raised crosswalks, new crosswalks, ADA compliant wheelchair ramps, new sidewalks, rectangular rapid flash beacons that help pedestrians cross the street safely, priority bus lanes, transit signal priority for the C line. It's a lot of different elements. It's basically, you look at the complete street. In terms of the funding, those funds, so because we have this policy, we do qualify for a competitive grant application with Mass DOT. We've been successful. So we are right now finished halfway through, and we're putting up the last pieces to bid for the most recent $400,000 that we received. And previously we received $243,000 on another round, for that. So those go to specific projects that we enter into a bid, in a competitive bid process with Mass DOT against other municipalities. So we're not guaranteed the money, but having the policy allows us to apply for it. It's particularly to the town CIP. We do have specifically you asked about the sidewalks. So we have the sidewalk fund, and I'll let Rob jump in if he wants to. The sidewalk fund is approximately $260,000. It elevates each year modestly, I think at 2.5%. Melissa can correct me if I'm wrong. And that is 100% spent on sidewalks and ADA improvements. So that fund is dedicated just to those improvements. And additionally, through the highway division, we have an operating fund as well that works on sidewalk maintenance as well. So that's dedicated money towards sidewalks as we chip away. And we actually just completed a full assessment of all sidewalks and wheelchair ramps town-wide to identify them for not just ADA compliance, but a higher rated, which is PROAG compliance, which provides a wider minimum requirement for pedestrian path of travel in higher standards that we've adopted.
Thank you very much.
I want to bring up a couple of things and then I'll get to Bernard. Sorry, I just can't help myself. And I'm also worried I'm going to forget because my brain is really, really fried. Line restriping. I know that we do it every 6 months for the yellows, but we had a conversation a couple years about possibly doing the sharrows or, you know, some of the other line or paint that we put down that was put down once and then never repainted. I also want to ask about the Davis Path footbridge, if there are any updates about that. And then before I forget, and I swear this will be my last comment, in light of the pedestrian fatality, one of the things that I noticed right away when I moved to Brookline was that at certain times of the day, we have police officers out of their vehicles in crosswalks helping to direct pedestrian and vehicular traffic. And it really made an impression on me. It's something that I hold very, very dear as a community value. And I think that that has been one of the best things that we've had to try to combat distracted driving and cut down on some of these close calls. But you know, the numbers are rising, not only in Brookline but nationwide. This year was a top, I think, over the past 10 years. It just keeps growing, and that is one thing that I think that we can continue to do to try to slow down people behind the wheel and to give pedestrians some more comfort. So if you want to address the two things that I brought up, Davis, or the repainting of some of the line, and then I'll get to Bernard's question.
Sure, I can take the line painting, and then I would look to Rob or Aaron to discuss Davis at footbridge. But the line painting is an operating budget through the highway division, and it continues to be underfunded with respect to our attempts to repaint all pavement markings in town. With what money we have, we do use the chlorinated rubber paint, not thermal. So it does wear away in heavy traffic areas every 6 months. Typically, we paint the double yellow center lines and the white lane lines twice a year. We paint the crosswalks around schools twice a year, and other crosswalks once a year, depending on funding and depending on cost of materials and labor for it at that time. You're right, we do not paint, unfortunately, a lot of the arrows, the onlys, and all the bike markings that have come online in the last 10 years were never factored in increases into that operating budget to maintain them. We did secure from town meeting with the support of the Transportation Board in last year's TNC funding, a small amount of money that can be put towards one-time repainting of bikes, bike markings, and that will be done this upcoming spring. Since COVID was a light year and we did not have students going to school for the vast majority of 2020, we decided to hold that money until we started seeing an increase in traffic. So in the springtime, we'll be putting out a separate contract to spend. I think we have approximately, I want to say like $50,000 from TNC monies from last year set aside for that purpose. But again, that's a one-time money that after we put that down in paint 6 months to a year, those sharrows, those lane markings can wear away. And again, this is just, you know, one of the many accounts within transportation that are not funded adequately to provide the safe and accessible, you know, expectations that the community has on the public way.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to jump in on Davis Path. I see Aaron nodding her head. For the record, Rob King, Director of Engineering and Transportation. So thank you for the question through the chair to the rest of the board. Davis Path, my team and I recognize the importance of this to the community. We've heard from everybody. Aaron and I have responded to countless emails of people asking for updates on where this project stands. So where are we right now? We're currently working through drafting an RFP that the team intends to review internally and release by the end of this calendar year. What does that mean next year? So our hope is to find a qualified, capable team that can deliver on what we're imagining to be a 25% design, so that we can come back to spring town meeting the following year with a funding request to build what is obviously a critical connection point for the community. So, you know, there's a lot to unpack there, right? We need to build something that's accessible, that's coordinated with the T, that we know we can build in a timely fashion. We need to understand what the impacts are to the park that is adjacent that community path. So there's a lot of conversations that we imagine having with this board, various committees, commissions in the town, especially the community. But we recognize this as something that's critical, and it's a priority for us, and we hope to have something on the street by the end of the year.
Great, thank you so much. Bernard and then John.
Yeah, a question, actually a request. I think Todd mentioned that you're evaluating sidewalks for their compliance with not just ADA, but PROAG standards. Have you prepared a list of those sidewalks that don't comply? Because I think that'd be helpful for people in town to figure out ways to actually fix some of those. Because I see so many sidewalks that, you know, people in wheelchairs just cannot. And not only can they not get through the obstruction on the sidewalk, they can't go around it. They're just stuck there. So anyway, I think it'd be helpful to have a listing of those sidewalks that we need to figure out ways to deal with.
Yep. So our consultant environmental partners did put together an entire survey, identified every ramp in town and every sidewalk segment that was non-compliant. And then if they were compliant with PROAG, they then rated them from fair to your fair, average, poor, or great condition based on the material, the condition of the material, so that we can then start, similar to our pavement management, start prioritizing what sidewalks we are focusing on with that $360,000 that we get annually in the sidewalk fund. And then, the maintenance money within the highway budget is typically used for smaller sections, panels or not, panels here, panels there to address tripping hazards and those types of issues. That allows us to leverage, maximize our dollars to address both immediate tripping hazards, but then long-term accessibility issues.
And that's available to the public, or at least to the select board?
Yeah, so I believe we have some of the information available online through the engineering website already, the summary reports. I know the maps are there for the pavement management, but we can certainly look to add the maps for the sidewalk as well. So you could actually look around town and identify sidewalks, and you'll see it all color coded.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, John and then Raul.
I want to focus just on one street, and I'm doing this because I've been on this street recently on a couple of occasions on my bike. And, quite honestly, it's a mess. And it's Washington Street, which I keep hearing about, there's going to be a complete streets project on Washington Street. And I keep wondering when, because the condition of the street now would seem to demand we do something now. And it's not clear to me, even, after this presentation tonight, when will we see the result of all of this planning and bidding for, federal monies in terms of actual improvements to Washington Street. And if it's not for another year or another 2 years, what do we do about the condition of the street in between now and when we finally, get to the construction phase of the Complete Streets project on Washington Street?
Yeah, so you're absolutely correct. The federally funded TIP project through the Boston Region MPO will likely not take place till 2027 or 2028.
Oh my God.
When we secure that funding. However, we are already discussing with our engineering division to do what's called a bonded wearing course. It's a thin, essentially a thin overlay that's placed on top of the current pavement to provide a smooth riding surface to get us through from now until we are doing that full complete streets. So this won't change. This will keep Washington Street the way it is with respect to lanes, current crosswalks, etc. So you'll see the effects of the full complete streets in 2027, 2028, when you hopefully see a lot more enhancements for pedestrian access, bike access, public transit access. But in terms of improving, at least in the short term, the rideability of the pavement, you should see that project next year, actually.
Do you see a process problem here that, transportation planning has become so tied to multi-level, state to local to state to federal approvals processes and reviews and so on? Is anyone, in the world of transportation planning trying to address how long these projects take from inception to completion? Because it's aggravating, I'll have to say.
Todd, I can feel that one if you.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's not so much a process problem, it's a money problem. The reason why transportation projects generally have that 5-year forecast is because they tend to be very expensive. And so communities can't afford to do the whole thing themselves. They have to work within their region. And unfortunately, or fortunately, for better or worse, we're in a pretty robust region that competes for project dollars against some very worthwhile other communities and other projects. So things take a while when you don't have, what was it, almost $30 million to spend?
It's projected to be between $27 and $29 million for the full Washington Street project. In the 5 years, we are actually probably, some communities would say we're jumping the queue. That the recent Gateway East project that just got signed back over to us began in 2006, 2007 for planning purposes, and it just got constructed through that same TIP process. With the 27-28 timeline, we are fast tracking by MPO standards, ahead of other projects, leveraging different connections that we have and different abilities of our consultants to address things on the early end. Who know the TIP process and can work the TIP process to our benefit. So the 5-year is actually an improvement over what most communities are facing.
And Todd and I tag team every other Thursday for we got elected to the Boston MPO. You're welcome, Brookline. Raul.
Thank you on behalf of all of Brookline. I appreciate what Heather, what you just said, because this is what I'm hearing, and I'm thinking about this with respect to this issue that we keep having with the gas leaks, right? And we the priority is for what is in the worst possible condition. In the case of the gas leaks, the high graded leaks that are the worst, that need the most attention. And then we have areas that essentially just never get addressed because we're busy whack-a-moling the worst possible, sidewalks and streets with limited funding, right? And then that's just going to keep happening unless we come up with some different plan. And it seems to be that the issues that get prioritized are those where there is the threat of injury. and unfortunately, like we just saw, tragedy, a death, and then or community activism, and we keep hearing from a particular block or a particular neighborhood, and those neighbors that are most active and engaged and know how to work the process probably end up getting their projects bumped up the list. As in terms of streets and sidewalks, it seems like the streets, there's a real safety issue here that needs to be addressed. I'm way less interested in the comfort, and trust me, I like as little as anybody else riding down a bumpy street. No one likes it. But as Bernard, I think rightly, I'm agreeing with a lot with Bernard tonight. I don't know what's going on. But as Bernard rightly pointed out, the sidewalk stuff is about safety and it's about access. I mean, you can get down a bumpy road in a car, but you can't get down, an inaccessible sidewalk. And in some cases that forces you into the street if you can't get down. I mean, and we see sidewalks like this all over Brookline. And so just in terms of if with limited dollars, prioritizing, I think we got to get these sidewalks, because the sidewalks are for everyone, for people who drive, but also need to get out of their cars, as well as people who don't drive and rely on being able to get down the sidewalk. The last thing I wanted to ask about was the infrastructure bill. This really big bill just passed. And I don't know if we've gotten, I know it takes a while for the waters to flow from up above down to lowly Brookline, but do we have any more information from the feds or the state? I'm not sure if this is going to be just like the ARPA money where it goes directly to us or it flows through the state. Exactly what's going to happen there, what we might get, and what limitations might there be. Maybe this is a way for us to move forward on rehabbing our streets and sidewalks.
Mel?
Yeah, I would just say we have high hopes for the infrastructure bill. It's a lot of money. We have a lot of needs, and we're encouraged, but I would say we have zero information from which to move forward with at this point. But we talk a lot about it among our department heads and our management personnel. We tell department heads that we want to extend the RERP funding, and any funding, frankly, for that matter, and infrastructure bill and the kind of programs that we think are going to come out of that will be really useful. But again, I think it's the timing. It's going to take a while, and we're not sure whether this is going to flow through the state, whereas the ARPA we're getting directly from the federal government. I don't know if from a transportation point of view, Todd, you're hearing certain things out of the bill.
Yeah, so I've been in a couple meetings where they've addressed this, and the only thing that everyone can agree on is that it will flow through the state. Likely it will come through the Boston Region MPO into MassDOT and be dispersed that way. Other than that, no one has guidance on exactly how that will look, what the projects are going to be geared towards. Neither the FTA, which was addressing public transit, or Federal Highway, another meeting I was in with Federal Highway that would address obviously the other infrastructure, had any idea. They said that they're still waiting it to flow down to them. That all they know is that the Senate voted for it, Congress voted for it, President Biden signed it, and now they're waiting for actual guidance on it.
Yeah, this is one of those. Oh, sorry, who's that?
That was
Sorry.
me. I was just gonna add that as we're sort of eagerly awaiting guidance on the process to access these funds, we're trying to position the town so that we have some projects that are ready. Hence, Director King was talking about this 25% design for the Davis Path Footbridge, and pulling that together in terms of the permitting, some conceptual plans, et cetera, so that it would be ready for an application. That also holds true for our transportation mobility plan, looking at condition of our roadways, prioritization of our roadways, and the sidewalks. So we're thinking that that there are some great projects that we want to position so that we're ready when we do have that guidance.
Yeah, I was just going to say briefly that obviously Mel and Melissa and Justin know what they're doing, and we've got to plan this budget, assuming none of this is going to come through in time for us to incorporate it into the budget, and at the same time maybe being ready with what it is that, our wish list of what we would do. We've got obviously some ARPA money that could be put toward some infrastructure needs, but the infrastructure package that passed, and I know it takes time to develop guidance, and I hope that they'll move urgently to do that. And then also, perhaps a Build Back Better budget bill that may pass in early in the new year, that also is going to address some social service needs, and in particular the possibility of funding for universal pre-K. So again, we can't count on any of this, either A, because it hasn't passed, or B, because they haven't figured out how to get the money to us and how much we might even get. But all that to say, we have to work with what we know right now. But I do hope that we'll think about, if these monies do come, how we might use it to extend the budget that we have right now.
Yeah, I would just add that's the value of having a capital improvement plan. So you have projects flagged for the out years that can get pulled forward when opportunities like this arise.
I will just say I'm incredibly impressed by our DPW and transportation department. My full-time job, I worked at MassDOT. That's why I moved to the Boston area in the first place. And now I work at a civil engineering firm. And I've been paying particularly close attention to the infrastructure package, because I consult primarily on grants for a lot of other communities, and that's like our whole shtick. So I haven't seen too much guidance, but Biden was vice president under Obama when ERA happened in 2008, and I was blessed to work for Amtrak at the time, and it was all about shovel ready. So, you want to be as ready as possible with your project so that you can get those dollars. They want credit for what gets built, and they want to be able to, cut those ribbons in less than 18 months. But under ARPA, we've seen an interest in equity and geography and underserved populations and whatnot. So I assume that we'll see some of those other those themes in this infrastructure package, but not surprising that it will come through the state. And MassDOT is a good partner. They're pretty transparent. They are always willing to work with municipalities that will reflect very well on them and the state. So I know that we are capable of being a very good partner, thanks to our able staff. Okay, any other questions? I'm really, really pleased that we were able to have such a robust discussion about not only the budget, but and our priorities, but the CIP in particular. And before we go, I also want to voice support for some of the initiatives that we've been kind of kicking down the road, raising parking meter rates and charging some of the businesses that want to use some of the public way. We are really going to have to explore those things as we start to grapple with some of these budget issues. So that's 2 votes. I'm sure we're not alone. Any other discussion? I believe that was our last agenda item. I really want to thank staff for staying this evening and answering all of our questions. Thank you so much. Any closing thoughts from my fellow select board members? As far as I know, my sister is still in labor, so it's going to be a late night for me. Okay. Thank you so much, Mel and team and other select board members. I will not be with you next week. So good luck.
Good luck to you, Heather.
Good luck to your sister.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, good luck to your sister. Good night.